Let's get started with the Joint Review Board meeting
Public hearing.
for the public hearing. Sonia, can I borrow your pen? Thank you, ma'am.
So this tonight, this is a public hearing regarding, this is remarks for the public to get a chance to voice their opinion for the proposed amendment of TIF 7 at Stager Road and Central Avenue. There were a few things I needed to point out for transparency. First, I want to say welcome to the Village of University Park public hearing for the proposed amendment to the village's TIF 7 Stager Road and Central Avenue redevelopment project area. The area covered by the proposed TIF amendment is intended to attract continued private sector investment into an important part of our village. This public hearing concerns the potential amendment to the village's existing TIF 7 redevelopment project area. The public hearing is held pursuant to the Tax Increment Allocation Redevelopment Act, otherwise known as the TIF Act, which is Illinois Compiled Statutes, Chapter 65, Sections 511 to 74 to 4.5. The purpose of the proposed amendment is to promote new residential, commercial, and industrial development on approximately a 214-acre parcel of land that is located immediately west of the existing village's TIF 7. Pursuant to the TIF Act, the proposed TIF amendment was added to the village's TIF 7 interested parties registries and rules finding in April of 2026. On March 12, 2026, the TIF 7 amendment TIF consultant, which is Ryan LLC, who is here today, delivered for placement with the village an amendment to TIF 7 and the TIF eligibility report that demonstrated that the proposed amendment met the criteria required for its addition to TIF 7, pursuant to the TIF Act. The public hearing ordinance setting the time and place for this public hearing was adopted by the village board on April 28, 2026. Legal notices regarding the public hearing were sent via certified mail to all affecting taxing districts, approximately 22, and the Illinois Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity on May 4, 2026. Notices regarding the village's intent to consider adoption of the proposed TIF district amendment were sent out by regular mail to residential properties that are located within 750 feet of the TIF boundaries on June 5th of this year as well. Legal notices regarding the public hearing were sent out by certified mail to all property owners of record on June 8, 2026. Publication of the legal notice regarding the public hearing was placed in the local newspaper, which was the Southtown, the Daily Southtown, in the manner prescribed by state law on June 10th and again on June 11th of 2026. The JRB, otherwise known as the Joint Review Board, for the proposed TIF district was duly convened by the village on May 19, 2026, and continued on May 27, 2026. At the meeting, the JRB members present took action to agree that the the amendment area met the qualification criteria under the TIF Act for designation as part of TIF 7. Additionally, the JRB agreed that the proposed amendments to the TIF 7 plan and project met the requirements of state law. The next steps after this public hearing, it's important to note that the village has made no commitments for any specific redevelopment proposals at this time. However, at a later date, the village will be asked to consider a proposal from qualified private entities that have expressed interest in pursuing development opportunities within the amended TIF district. The village determines that it is in the community's interest to adopt the TIF 7 amendment, and the ordinances to do so cannot be adopted tonight. The TIF Act requires that this village board wait a minimum of 14 days before it can take such action. The purpose of this public hearing is to encourage the public to address proposed TIF amendment before the village board. With that, we now invite anyone from the public to provide input, public comment regarding the proposed TIF district amendment. Thank you. And as you come up, please state your name and your address before speaking. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any written or submitted public comments? No written? No written. Okay.
You have a form there, the slip?
Next.
Sign in. I signed in for public comment.
I'm coming to you now, Ms. Millie. Act 4, number 4, open hearing public comments. Step to the mic and announce your name, please.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mildred Morgan, commonly known as Miss Millie. And as we have expressed, and when I say we, I'm talking about the residents, not just the board, but the residents have expressed no desire for any more tips. We expressed that years ago, but it keeps coming back as if we hadn't said a word. And we keep expressing it that we're not interested in any tips. We have enough tips here. We're not Santa Claus, you know, where we're carrying a big bag of tips. So we're not interested in the tips.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Okay. Gentlemen, you want to come to the mic?
Thank you. My name is Chuck Durham. I'm with Ryan LLC. We are the TIF consultants for the amendment. Nothing really to add other than our firm undertook the study of the area. We provided the analysis to demonstrate that the area qualifies under the TIF Act. We performed the duties required on behalf of the city to make sure all of the notices, as well as the process itself, went in accordance with the TIF Act, and that led to this public hearing. And as was stated, the purpose of this public hearing was to provide an opportunity for the public to give input to the village board to consider the adoption of the TIF district. We just reemphasized that the village board, even under state law, could not take any action tonight. We do propose to prepare ordinances for consideration by the village board to adopt the amendment, and we're going to deliver those ordinances for your consideration at the July 28th meeting. Thank you. July 28th.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I just want to double check. I know he did say the 28th, so we are confirming that we will be in summer session. So I guess we will be communicating and so forth. So the public would know there is no CAL. There is no CAL. We are in summer session after tonight.
Thank you.
Everything will be a regular meeting, am I
Yes,
correct?
that's correct, trustee. Yes, so just so the public would know, there is no CAL next month in July. We will be in summer session. The next meeting for this will be July 28th for the ordinance, okay, for the public. All right.
May I ask a question?
Sure. Go ahead, Ms. Morgan. Mr. Chuck? Ready? Okay.
I just heard you say about the meeting of the cow in the past. The meeting of the cow hasn't existed or have not been done in quite a long time. In fact, I myself was stopped from even stating or joining in or asking questions. So when you say meeting of the cow, it insinuates that we, the residents, the taxpayers, had a conversation with you. We didn't. We weren't allowed. Nobody has anything to say because we're not allowed to say anything. So saying that the meeting of the cow does not mean that it was broadly discussed, because it wasn't.
Ms. Morgan, I think you have me confused with what I'm saying. I was responding to Trustee Brooks when he said next month. This is the end. Today is the last night of the meeting. There will be no COW meeting next month in July. Let me clarify that. There's no CAL next month. Summer session starts after tonight. That's what I was referring to.
Okay.
All
My
right.
statement still holds, and please let that be on the record, because that's important to know that a meeting of the CAL, there's an ordinance of that, but it's not being carried on. So I just want to state that.
Okay, stated and noted. Okay. This meeting, there's no other public comments. This meeting is now adjourned. Okay, all right, thank you all. We're on a session for 6 minutes, I guess, until the next 7 o'clock meeting. Okay.
Thank you.
Another day, another. Yeah, she should be pulling up any second. But we don't have a clerk tonight, so we're going to, after I open up and go through the thing, we have to make a motion, go through the process again. And unfortunately, you may have to tend to the record. Doesn't look like, hey Brooks, come here for a second, man. Let me show you something. Clerk's not coming, so we have to go through the motion. You ready?
How you doing?
Hey. Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the great village of University Park at a regular board meeting. This meeting is now called to order. We're going to have to make a nomination from the board to have an acting clerk again tonight. Unfortunately, our clerk is not able to attend tonight. Okie doke. How do I do Felicia with the roll call?
You can.
All right, this meeting is now called to order. Waiting on you. All right. This is the roll call. Let's go.
Present.
Present.
Present. Present.
There she is.
Trustee Fulcher is now coming in. 7:08, 7:10, okay.
motion be made to appoint an acting temporary clerk for tonight's meeting.
What she's asking for is, before we do our pledge of allegiance, is a motion from the board and a second to appoint a temporary acting clerk to take the records and the minutes for tonight.
I'll make a motion for trustee Karen Lewis to take the minutes as clerk tonight.
Is there a second? Second? Roll call, please.
Trustee
Aye.
Trustee Brooks votes aye.
Trustee Fulcher,
Both sides.
Trustee Lewis,
Well, I guess I vote aye.
Trustee Williams. Aye. Trustee Bell Jenkins. Aye. Motion carried.
Motion carries. Let's please stand for our pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any general public comments pertaining to any agenda item? If not, all public comments will be at the regular spot on the agenda. All right, there's item F1, there's no unfinished business. Item F2, is there any council member that would like to have anything removed from the consent agenda?
Mayor, on the consent agenda, just respectfully, I did get an email for, I just want to discuss F2G. If we can pull that.
Okay. F2G, pull that for discussion? Yes, okay.
Yes.
All
And,
right,
everything else is.
it's good.
Hold on.
Yes. I'm sorry, you
Oh,
done?
you was gonna do that? Sidewalk
ahead,
path, right? Okay, so, also, F2F as in Frank, F2F as in Frank. Discussion on that one.
Okay.
I mean, not discussion, but I mean pulling it.
Just gonna pull that and consider it separately.
So then
Right.
the consent agenda would be F2A through F2E and then F2H. Is that correct?
Correct. Yield my time.
So you have a motion? Need a motion? Consent agenda minus F2F and F2G.
All right, is there a motion and a
So moved.
moved by Thompson? Second by Jenkins Bell. Trustee slash clerk Lewis, roll call, please.
Trustee Lewis, both sides. Trustee Williams, both sides. Trustee Jenkins Bell, both sides. Trustee Fulcher,
Both sides.
Trustee Thompson,
Votes aye.
Trustee Brooks. Aye. Mayor Rudez.
Votes aye. All right. Trustee, now I'm at 2F. Who made that motion to pull that? Trustee Brooks? Go ahead, Trustee Brooks.
I think it has to be a motion. Yeah, I'll motion up first, so the mayor don't have to say it, but the acceptance of the proposal by a tour group for Phase 1 engineering for the construction of a side path along University Parkway from Crawford Avenue to Kedzie Avenue and University Park. If I can get a second in order for it to.
Second.
Okay. Yeah. Mayor, I I know Antero Group was working on some things, and I had a little issue just, here they come along want to do a proposal for Crawford to Kedzie Avenue, and I know we have many more projects that they should be working on, and I guess the question tonight, is there something else we can prioritize than them working on this? because I think we didn't even finish our project here that they were supposed to be working on, and I'm just wondering, can we, whatever we got here, can we shift it back that they at least finish University Parkway? They didn't finish it, and as you know, the village is steady flourishing. So that's my question on my vote tonight with the Ventura Group, because I know we've paid them pretty good, and I'm glad that the manager has brought in Robinson Engineering, because they have done a lot of good things too. Absolutely. So I just want to bring that question, if anybody can answer it, so you know, if we can. I yield my time.
Thank you, sir.
So Rachel Hill from Antero is here, but I will say this was actually brought before the board, I want to say almost 2 years ago. And they had started on the side path, you're correct, here at University Parkway, and this is about completing that project. So I had a follow-up subsequent meeting with Antero, because we did pay them for the initial work to start the Phase 1 study, the engineering study and whatnot, and I did ask them, I told them we need to get this completed, because we've already paid them some money for this. Like I said, this went before the board. I don't even have the exact date in front of me because I looked it up, but I left the piece of paper, but it was almost 2 years ago. So the board already agreed to allow them to work, but they stopped on this project, so she can present on the forms that are needed and what's necessary to complete, and I did request a timeline this time, because we do need to get it done, and they were taking off a few projects, but this project, I am asking that the board allow them to consider completing it, and this is why it wasn't on a cow, because it was previously on a couple cows, and so I'd like them to, the opportunity to complete this project, and this project only.
Oh, you could present it.
Yeah. Well, we can hear.
Excellent. Okay. Does everyone have a copy of this that's on the board? Can you hear me now? Great. So this is for the University Park side path, and just to clarify, what we're asking for in the approval today is for the unlocking of IDOT funding. So there's we're not asking for approval of a new proposal. As Liz mentioned, that has already been approved in previous years, and so this is for a IDOT form to move forward with unlocking the grant funding that has already been awarded for the project. So this flows from the capital improvement plan that was done for the village, looking at prioritizing multimodal walking paths and bike paths throughout the village. It's one of the 6 projects that were prioritized for bike paths. It was, the goal here is to construct a side path along University Parkway to create that continuous multimodal off-road path. And this is for the continuing that Phase 1 engineering and making sure that we can get through all of the IDOT submittal requirements. So the Transportation Alternatives Program is what this grant funding is through. The funding has been awarded, but the next step that is required is to submit these IDOT resolutions, right? Our joint funding agreement and our engineering services agreement. The joint funding agreement requires the approval by the board and the resolution tonight. So that's what we're here to do. No additional proposal or fees. It's just to unlock the award that has already been granted and be able to move forward in the IDOT phases. So once all of these forms are in and approved, then we would move to that kickoff meeting with IDOT and be able to finish the phase 1 engineering. And that would put us on this schedule, assuming that we get those IDOT forms approved. Happy to answer any additional questions, but did want to clarify we're really here just for that resolution to move the project forward through IDOT's process.
Yeah. So, Mayor, I think the resident, I did hear some from the crowd. I can't quite hear everything that they were saying, but one question I think that they're asking, one, I'm looking at the map. Could you go back to the where we're putting the walking path?
And yeah, thank you for saying what the side path is, because people, what it is a walking bike path.
So I know sometimes we have diagrams. So I see the landing strip. I see University Parkway. And I don't know if I'm looking at the map wrong, north, south, east, or west, but it's a very long walking path to be already awarded. And if I'm correct, it's awarded 107 and the village don't have to pay anything else, correct?
That's correct. It is not for the construction, though. It is just for the phase 1 engineering, which is your survey, your feasibility, your assessment of whether you're going to need any right-of-way, right? If you're going to have to purchase land from the neighbors, it's making sure that everything is in line to then move to phase 2, which is those design requirements in detail, right? So phase 1 includes your survey, your right-of-way assessment, your feasibility, your geotech, all of those in this phase 1. So you'll see that let's see if my cursor works here. Nope.
Third to last page.
Thank you.
Third to last.
It has the award amount here. It has that there is a zero match, and it also goes into the complete and total breakdown of what phase 1 engineering entails.
Okay. Now I'm getting a clear vision. Ms. Trust not here yet, is she? Okay, because I think this is the area that, so from what I'm looking here, I just want to make sure, so the residents also have a clear mind. This would start at where that trucking company is at.
Yep, and go down
Go all the way out, go around
to Governor State.
Governor State, and it would end at the golf course. Am I correct? I had to figure that out.
Crawford.
Yes.
Crawford, yeah.
Crawford. And it would also pretty much replace the current, if you want to call it, a walk path. It would also replace that. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But the purchase of the land, so I'm assuming this would be the possible purchase of the land, so the people would now, say if you're coming into University Park and before you hit the curve, we want to extend that all the way up to the golf course. Is that what I'm seeing right now? That if a resident wants to walk to the golf course and back, is that what you're saying?
That is the goal of the project, that you would be able to either bike or walk or use, non-vehicular transportation from those locations. That's correct.
Okay. And the only reason why I brought up mistrust, because I knew at one point, last time, when I was 16, it was so many bike paths and walk paths in University Park in 1989. Everything seems to be overgrown now. But if we have already been awarded, it does make sense for that Phase 1 study. And as I get ready to yield my time, I think the residents would like to see something like that. But the key thing is that they do not want any more incomplete projects. So if we're going to go ahead and do something like this, I think we need to make sure that we continue to give the residents, because this is not coming out their pocket, this Phase 1, but let's make sure that we continue to give them what they are asking for, because this is more of an upgrade to beautify the village. It really truly is. Purchasing of the land, I just heard you say that. Would that come upon the village, or how would that work? I didn't see that.
We would know the answer to that question at the end of this study, right? So the answer may be that you own all of the right-of-way already, but as part of this Phase 1, we will evaluate what is needed to restore or expand the trail. So that's part of this assessment, and we'll be able to answer that question for you at the end of Phase 1.
Okay, and that would be a good question, because all of us up here know that there's times we put political signs along that side and Governor State pulled them up as if it's their land. So I definitely would like to see in that study who owns that right of way. And if it's ours, that is like a 1,000% plus that I would definitely love to see. So, okay, thank you for the clarification. I've seen it, and I'm just being honest as a trustee. I was here. If I'm not mistaken, I did vote for you all to come in 2019. You guys have a lot of projects. I hope you complete this, because that's one of the complaints the residents want. All these projects like the farm and so forth, they just want it completed. I know your plate was full, but I would like to see something like this completed so the residents can see an upgrade in this village. I yield my time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And as I'll get you to Trustee Thompson. As the manager said, on this round, there are going to be strict timelines, so it won't be any other kind of stuff like that. Stick to the schedule. Trustee Thompson.
So, what I want to know is what the projected cost is for this project, not the survey, not the studies beforehand, but the actual construction.
So, as we all know, construction costs change and unfortunately are going up, but the current cost estimate is, again, on this slide here. We'll have at the bottom row there the total estimated cost. We will know more of what the total estimated cost is when we're done with Phase 1. That would be one of the deliverables we would give at the end of this phase of the project, is an update on what the total cost is. But at this time, the estimated cost would be $2.8 million.
Because I just want to make sure, I would love to have those, like Trustee Brooks said, when I moved here in 1989, we had bike paths and walking paths galore, and that would be great to have again. But I just want to make sure it's not so much that maybe we can get some money from somewhere, that we don't prioritize other things that we need to do that are more important, maybe.
Absolutely, and definitely something that we would look to apply for additional grant funding for those subsequent phases.
Okay.
Trustee Fulcher.
So this began in May of 2023. So what exactly has Antero done? It's stated that you all been paid for it already, but we're saying this is Phase 1, so nothing really has been done, correct?
I will have to follow up with you on that, because I was not a part of the work at 2023, so apologies for not having that answer for you now, but can follow up with you.
Because now what we're doing is paying you again.
No, there's no request for additional funds at this time. Just to submit the paperwork through IDOT, we need this resolution. No additional funding request at this time.
So this $107,000 was already received in, and you all received your payment out of it?
I cannot answer that question, but as far as what is being asked of the board today is to move the paperwork through IDOT for the award that you have received from the Transportation Alternatives Program.
So just for clarification, when I referred to them getting paid, it was when we had initial meetings about the side path and all that. Of course, we get billed. It wasn't thousands and thousands of dollars. It's to have meetings to discuss it. The meeting will, this money will not be unlocked until the board agrees to move forward, essentially. That's it. And like we said, there's no money coming from the taxpayers at this time. Once we complete phase one, that makes the determination more of the amount of money that it will projectedly cost. Then at that time, we also apply for more funding, but we have to get specifics about what we're looking at and how much it's really going to cost. Those questions will be answered during phase one engineering.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still. So I'm trying to find where it's stated that into all of these papers, but it says the joint funding agreement. So what is the joint funding agreement?
Okay, so that joint funding agreement is a IDOT required form to set up the project. So that is included with their PPI, which is basically a form that sets the project number in their system. The joint funding agreement is your acceptance of the fact that there is that zero match and basically, the acceptance of the award. And then the engineering services agreement is that estimate of the cost. Again, that has already been included as covered under the award amount. So there's a zero match from the city. There's no from the village payment. There's just an acceptance of the award, and basically this is the IDOT administrative paperwork to move that forward so that you can unlock the funding.
Okay, because on page 5 of the transportation contract within our packet, the agreement summary breakdown for the $107,392 states that the Antero Group amount that they're going to receive is $79,000 out of the $107,000. Yes. So
That's correct.
That's what I'm saying. If they were already paid, why are we going to pay them more out of this? And if it hasn't started, I would have thought that I believe this had started before, as in doing this whole phase one. I thought this was something that was done, but it seemed like we're doing phase one again. And if you all have not even started anything, I would like for this to also be bidded out to see what other engineering firm can handle this project. Because, like I said, this was presented back in May of 2023. And we're way past that time. So if nothing happened, if we were granted, I don't know exactly when the grant was awarded. I know we have not received it, but I don't know when it was awarded, and nothing happened. And now we're on phase one, and now you're going to be receiving, you already received, Antero Group has already received funds for the talking about it and the whole, whatever you all did back then.
Yeah, I think that.
But now it's going to be pretty much about 75% of the $107,000 is going to go to Antero Group to be project managers. I think we should be looking at somebody else to do it, because you all had since May of 2023 to get the project going. That's how I feel.
So I can. And to clarify on that timeline, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that in May of 2023 was the beginning of the process to apply for the grant and the effort to apply for that grant. The grant was awarded in 2025. I can confirm the date for you. And so this effort for phase one, while there were discussions about wanting to move forward with it, the work cannot begin until we have approval from IDOT. So this is a hurdle to being able to move forward with the actual engineering. The award for the contract, whether it is Antera Group or another engineering firm, the grant amount for phase one engineering will be 70% to engineering, whoever that engineering firm is, because that is the scope of the phase. And it cannot begin until after these forms are accepted. My understanding is that the work that was likely done in 2023 was to apply for this grant application. So the process goes, we have meetings to make sure that that's what you would like to go forward with. We apply for the grant, and then it takes some time for those grants to be accepted. I think there were 1,900 applicants for this particular funding, so it took them a while to get that funding distributed, and then it takes a while for IDOT to approve these forms. So I'm happy to provide you additional dates, but.
Right, I understand that, the grants take a while once it's applied, but I know I've seen this through bills payable, Antero Group receiving payment for this side path project. So I would like to know, since then, how much money we have paid to Antero Group in reference to this particular project, and what exactly it was, because I have to go all the way back to 2023 and see you all's breakdown of service of work that was done to really see, because this has been, like Manager Scott said, it's been on the CAL multiple times. We talked about it multiple times, and it's been on bills payable multiple times. So we've already repaid a lot of money. I would like to know what that amount is, which is to the village manager, how much we have paid on this particular project since 2023. And then also, I still think that we should be looking at also additional engineering companies to be at this project. And then the overall timeline for phase one stated it's going to be 15 months. So nothing is really going to happen as of right now. We got 15 months to even get the first phase. So that's what the information stated, right?
Absolutely. And some of those timelines are because there are long review periods. The IDOT cultural review is a minimum of 6 months, right? So even just submitting that form to IDOT is a minimum of 6 months, regardless of any other design criteria. So absolutely heard on wanting to make sure that projects are finished and that they move forward timely. Unfortunately, there are quite a few administrative hurdles to jump through. But we're happy to provide and work with the village to get those records of what has been paid for the project and what the timeline has been. This joint funding agreement will still need to move forward for you to be able to unlock the funding, regardless of which engineering firm you move forward with. So.
Because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's basically like 7 phases. Looks like it's about 7 phases, and we are on phase 1. So, like I said, those are the things. That's the information I would like to receive, is how much we have paid on this particular project, and what you all have done as study-wise. And then I would like for this item to be bidded out to additional engineering companies as well. So I yield my time.
All right, thank you. Is there any more questions from the council? Trustee Williams?
Would that money be rescinded if we choose to go elsewhere with, say, would the money be rescinded, like if we went with Robinson Engineer instead? Would that money be lost, or would it still be able to be transferred to the new engineer?
So I don't have an answer on that. We may have to reapply. So there's different things that people do. So to prepare this work costs money. It's not the phase 1 engineering design. There's different aspects. When I meet with Robinson to discuss Aqua before the settlement, we get billed for that. It's not the same type of work, it's not the same scope of work that they're performing. So while I understand, it sounds misleading to the public to say they've been paid multiple times for this. It's not quite true. So there's a lot of paperwork here that goes into doing this. People don't work for free. So they get paid to produce this work. They also get paid to work with me to research grants, whether that's on a federal level, state level. That too takes time. You have to pay people to research these grants. They come back with me, we have discussions, we have meetings. People get paid for that. They weren't paid $80,000 for this or $50,000. It's a minimal amount that people have to get paid to prepare paperwork and documentation and to apply for these grants. The BLR forms that you see, these are all forms that have to be filled out by the village. So I just included them in the packet so people can see. These are the forms that I submit on a regular basis when it comes to compliance, to grant reporting. It's not just applying for the grant. So these are standardized forms that are included, but I will say if we don't get moving with this project, we probably are going to lose the funding and have to reapply. So I really am asking the board to, if we can complete this project, I will work with Antero in trying to get some of these timelines a little condensed. I don't think Phase 1 should take 15 months. We can review that. I think it should be a little faster than that. And some of the other phases do go faster. Phase 1, in my opinion, is always the longest and the most arduous of the phases for engineering. But like I said, if we do start over from scratch, we are going to spend more money, and we will have to reapply for the grant funding.
All right. All right. Trustee Lewis, anybody else? Thompson?
So village manager, so you're saying that if we reach out to some other engineering firms, let me ask this another way. So you're saying that this grant is tied to one particular, that's one of the requirements of the grant?
So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to prepare an RFP or RFQ, repost that, have a bid opening. That takes weeks, so this is going to be probably a 2-month process for me to actually facilitate this. I have to check and see what that looks like as far as timelines, because once they're awarded, then we have to resubmit forms, and I can check and let you know definitively what that's looking like if we would have to, if we lose all of the funding, because there's a lot of paperwork and things that go along with that. We don't just switch people.
Okay, so are you saying there was a delay?
In getting this done,
I mean,
yes.
between the time of the award up to now, there was a delay.
Yes.
So let us know why there was a delay.
Construction just stalled. I mean, they can speak, they're here, but
Why was construction stalled? Was it logistics, or was it availability of the materials? What is it? So we should have been given an explanation so we wouldn't be in this spot now. We should have always been trying to see who else can do the job too. We should always have more than one resource. So can you explain why there was a delay?
I think, apologies, I do think I'm trying to sort out within, there were multiple comments, some to me and some to the manager, so.
Not to interrupt Rachel, but I will say this. Rachel is new, so it's hard for her to answer that. I think that's the issue. I think everyone was used to seeing, there was another young lady who used to be up here. Part of that break was the fact that there were some personnel changes, and the young lady who used to come to the meeting, she's no longer with Antero. She went to work for a municipality. So there was a little bit of a stagnation, and I believe a lot of their projects, not just for us, but across the board, from what I understand. These two individuals are relatively new. Some of the projects were stopped, but it wasn't this particular project. It was some others like the Metro lot. But that's kind of all the background. So I really wanted to just say that because Rachel wasn't here. She's been new. She's been here only so many months with Antero. I think it would be hard for her to answer that.
So let me ask this then. So then was the delay related to the fact that Antero had personnel changes? And did that delay jeopardize our ability to get this funding that now if we do something else, we have to start all over? And it'll cost us more
it did
money.
delay it because we did get all of the mechanisms in place, but at this point, I will say there were a lot of projects on the table. When you think about all of the economic development, we had Sandra Drive, we had the Regal Farm, we had Black Hawk, I can't remember, we had another project going. So I feel like this just kind of fell through the cracks. This is something that I know the village has been trying to get done since 2018. I don't know why this is such a major issue for the village to finish, and because it has been for almost 10 years. But I did have a long talk with them, and they are committed to getting this done if the board so chooses. But I can go back and try to see what we'd have to do if we had to reapply.
2018, that's,
Right.
that's a long time.
Fulcher?
And just I was bringing up, it has the Exhibit B, the project schedule. So the schedule stated that it should have started in January of 2025, which is for the due diligence and surveying. It should have started back then, so I'm not sure if the grant, when the grant was approved, but,
Yeah.
okay, so it was approved in 2025, and it has, maybe it was January, because the project schedule states that it should have started in January of 2025, and then the preliminary cost estimate would have been completed in January 2026. So it was a whole, basically, a year and a half of delay, where nothing happened. So reaching out to another, I'm not saying any particular one, engineers, but a different engineer, I think would be good.
So I will say that the first step in approval for us, I'll confirm when we received the grant, but it was in 2025, so we couldn't have started in January. That original proposal was a tentative timeline based on everything being in place. We cannot begin any engineering. You cannot be reimbursed from the grant awards for any work that we completed ahead of time. And so we have not begun work on the phase 1 engineering because these forms are not yet approved. And just getting the PPI, the project setup form, can take 3 to 6 months to get it through IDOT. And so that start date is based on these BLR forms being approved. And so until these are approved, we would still not be able to begin, or any other engineering firm. So the PPI form with IDOT is a 3 to 6 month review process, and that can't be submitted until after the notice of award. I'll try to find that here while we're talking, but that's a timeline we can't really move, the IDOT review period. So.
I would think if it was supposed to start in January 2025, nothing was going to get done in the winter months, weather permitting. That's ludicrous. So you're not going to get anything, just like...
It's not a start of the construction, it's only a start of the paperwork.
Okay.
And
Okay.
IDOT, not to talk about them, they do take a long time. I mean, they're historically known for that. So sometimes it'll take a year before you get approval on certain things. And there's a performance period of the grant. So there's an actual grant application period, then there's a performance period, which typically might be 2-3 years. So we're still in the performance period, and we're okay now if we, agree to move forward. The same thing with the fire station one. That is, I'm still closing that grant out. I got that grant 2 years ago. That's not uncommon, and I'm finishing that up, closing that up now. Hickok Pool was also a leftover from, if those of you who remember when I applied for that lead pipe replacement grant and I was denied, and we had to change it and come up with something else. Just changing the scope of the work took me about 6 months, and that was just changing the scope of the work to 2 different projects from the lead water replacement pipe grant, because they said there were not lead pipes. I was just going after that grant because I was trying to get some resolve for the residents and get them new pipes, but that ended up falling through, so I had to come up with 2 new ideas. So it's not unusual. You don't finish projects in a year. That's unheard of. Anyone who says that they're not working on economic development infrastructure projects. Same, for another example is the grant for the CEJA grant for the EV stations. I got that grant almost 2 years ago. That they're just finishing that up this summer. So the performance period does take time. The longest for this aspect is going to be the state requirements for the reporting in these forms. But whatever the board so chooses to desire, that's fine.
Mayor. Yeah, just recognize. As we get deeper into the conversation, I'm even looking here. I noticed Manager Scott did her thing. Manager Scott, did the clerk even sign? I'm not seeing any signatures on this.
Some of the forms, we are missing signatures, getting documents signed.
And I'm seeing like, for something this important, I mean, I can tell you now, if a chief will tell you if a report is not done, sergeant will call you in and you getting reports kicked back until it's done right. And I'm looking here, and as I look through all these documents, I'm seeing signatures that are missing. And I think that for this to be 2025, I'm just curious how, I mean, I see your signatures and their signatures, but it's the signatures to the test, they're not there. You know, I mean, are we gonna have a problem with that as well?
Well, we'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it. I'll probably have to figure out a solution to the attestation of the signatures, but that shouldn't be a major hurdle for this.
Because that's embarrassing. The state looking, and we submitting all this paperwork, and the trustees are looking at incomplete paperwork technically because it's not attested to. I mean, we know you signed yours, and I see, is it Michael? Am I saying that right? Michael? I know he signed his, you signed yours.
Yeah, and it's not mandatory right now. It will be, though, if the board passes it and we have to submit this to the state. So.
God. I yield my time.
All right. Is that it on the questions, guys? Trustee/clerk, roll call, please, madam.
So, to my board members up here, since we all looked at the paperwork and our clerk has not signed, we have to do business. We really have to do business. And when I say we have to do business, we are going to have to find someone to sign these papers, because this is being held up. Not only this, but other things as well. So I'm looking for you all. Let's do village and help out the village manager. This is a lot of work that she's done, and Terrell Group and other projects as well that have not been signed. We are here to do business. Remember that. Let's do that. Let's get these papers signed and done. That's going to be a hurdle, whatever we decide tonight. And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. I yield my time.
Roll call, please. Listen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please, please, please. I know you are.
Trustee Brooks.
Abstain.
Trustee Thompson.
Votes no.
Trustee Fulcher. Ooh.
Votes no.
Trustee Jenkins-Bell. Trustee Williams.
Votes no.
Trustee Lewis. Mayor Rudez.
We're going to the next item. Item F2G. You won't get no side path no time soon. F2G, approval of an ordinance appointing an acting deputy clerk. Oh, this is what you asked to have considered separately, Trustee Brooks.
Yes, so.
We need a motion and a second as well.
Oh, yeah, so if we, I'll do the first motion.
What's that motion to?
Oh, motion, yeah. The approval of the ordinance appointing and acting deputy clerk to sign within 48 hours of board action. I'll first motion on that.
Need a second?
Yeah. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
wait a minute. Yeah, we did a first and a second, right? I heard a second?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to say, especially with what we just seen a few moments ago. Yeah, I was wondering, did I hear a second? Oh, because if it ain't a second, I got to stop talking.
So,
If it's no second, I got to stop talking. To bring up this.
Oh, I'll second. It's too late.
okay, now there's the second.
Okay. So, just quick on this debate. I know this last Cal, I want to make a point that I believe that the consensus, I did not expect this on the agenda because the consensus, if I last remember, myself, Trustee Thompson, Trustee Fulcher, and then it ended with Trustee Jenkins Bell. I didn't know this was end up because I think the clerk wanted to defend herself on this action. So my point tonight is that she did send an email asking could she be present to defend herself on the night of the vote for this, because I guess she has very important things that she has to take care of in the morning. That's why she couldn't be here this evening. So, one, I did not expect it to be on it, but I understand if you're the chair, but also at the same time, I just wish we would come to a solution with this, considering what we just had a discussion with this side path documents, that I'm seeing a lot of things that's just, we having a problem. She can articulate for herself maybe some problems, but I think we need to resolve this as quick as possible. And just out of respect for Madam Clerk, what she asked tonight, she asked that it's tabled until she's here. So I'll just make a motion. It's tabled till she's back. Please understand that we are in summer session and we're not back until July 28th. I didn't see that in the email. I think she forgot that we are in summer session. She thought that it was going to be in 2 weeks. But I think we need to resolve this as quick as possible because she does not have a deputy clerk. Me personally, I kind of want to stick along. I respect what the state says. She has a right to pick her deputy clerk, but we keep having problems when the village manager is submitting paperwork to us with 0 signatures on it, attested by, when it's not attested by the clerk. So I'm just going to let you know, if somebody wants to speak on it, I am, but I am going to make a motion in a moment. If it passes, it passes. If it don't, it don't. But we have to come to a resolution. But the last time I remember is that Trustee Jenkins Bell expressed that this needed to come to a solution and that we needed to respect the clerk who's been up here, and she's a master clerk. But I think, I'm sorry, I think me articulating the questions, and I'm seeing it from the other trustees when we start talking about paperwork. If we're going to be having projects that needs to be moving forward and the village moving fast on certain issues, whether it's timely because it's behind or in front, I just want to say that at minimum though, Madam Clerk asks for the respect of her office that we have this discussion when she's present. But I yield my time to see if someone's going to make her comment. I see Trustee Jenkins has hers, you know.
Go ahead.
So I yield my time for the moment.
All right.
I didn't make
He
the
didn't make a
motion, but
motion
I'm
yet.
warning what I'm gonna do.
And just for the record, before, I talked to the clerk myself earlier, and she asked me to pull it from the agenda. I told her absolutely not, because the village business must move forward, and it's not personal. When you look at our codified ordinance, our ordinances have not been codified since 2015. There's mylars, there's huge projects that haven't been signed in almost over a year. We've got a major project with a separation of pins and new locations on University Parkway. So I understand what you're saying about respecting the clerk. This is not, in my opinion, disrespecting the clerk. It's continuing moving the village forward and in a timely manner and fashion. And she did ask me, and I told her, Madam Clerk, I'm not going to pull it, because what this does not appoint anybody. This does not take away her appointment power. That gives the ability to have someone in place to get these documents signed. I've asked her on several occasions to bring the documents and her stamp to the meeting, so when we conclude something that most municipalities do, they sign, stamp it, and it's moved on. So that's why it's on there. So she did ask me. I had the conversation with her myself in full trust, truth, and transparency, and I told her directly, Madam Clerk, I will not pull it.
Right. Can I just respond to you, Mayor? Yeah, and in that respect, I understand that she is master clerk, black, she's light. And just in saying that, Mayor, it's just embarrassing when it's Father's Day and you have company and someone says, wow, what y'all doing to y'all clerk over there? And I just wish something like this, we can just end it. But that's just the point that to show that everybody's watching what's going on.
Yeah, and actually what people don't realize is that the clerk's signature is only an attestation that's saying that verifying that the mayor had signed it. That's the only reason that it's on there, is when her signature has held up a lot of village business and the residents, and it's not pointing a finger at anything, because people go through challenges in life. But if I drop dead tomorrow or tonight, the village is gonna keep on moving.
Exactly. And also, go ahead.
Trustee Sonia, I'm sorry.
Here, take mine. She hasn't even given us a date of her return, or did she tell you in the email? It didn't indicate anything about when she will return, or how long it would take. We know we're going into summer session, and I wanted to ask, do you have special meetings in summer session to maybe push things forward on the agenda? Like bills payable, because we can't wait a whole month. That's not happening. So where do we go from here? And it is embarrassing. It's extremely embarrassing, and it's a very sensitive situation. I spoke with the clerk this evening, and she did ask, would we table this, but table it for how long? Because we have the village manager compromise, we have the village compromise, we have a lot going on legally. So what do we do? So we have to make a decision that is going to work effectively for this community. And none of this is personal. This is about all of the residents that are paying taxes and making sure that have elected us into these seats to make sure that we do what's right by our residents here in the village of University Park. So we have to sit here and really, talk about this, because some serious conversations need to be held in a sidebar, on what we're gonna do. Because it has become a problem, because Trustee Lewis is clerking. And that's not fair to her, because she's not being paid to do this. And so we have to make sure that we're making the right decision when we do this vote.
And several of us were out sick during some time whenever the village business was still done. Even though your vote was needed to count into the business, we still had to do the business when you guys or myself was out being sick. This is business, it's nothing personal here. We going into summer session, we need documents signed, like the mayor said, and all of us know up here, it's just to verify his signature. No one's taking away her appointment. We have a lot. I'm quite sure y'all been in the village manager's office. She does the packets. She does the packets. Like literally, I've seen this lady here and had to run her out at 11 o'clock at night. And the weekend, she comes in Sunday, Saturday. That's not fair. That's not a personal life for nobody. Anyway, let me go back to speaking to my people here. Y'all my people as well, but I'm talking about the business that needs to be done with legislation, with us trustees. It's not personal. Let's do this, and she can come back, because we don't know, not speaking out loud, when she'll be back. We're holding up. Let's not hold up. Come on, y'all. Let's do what's right. Let's just get somebody in here to sign, and she can do. It's temporary. It's nothing permanent. It's not permanent. It's not permanent at all. It's temporary to sign these documents.
Go. Mrs. Morgan, please not yell out. The public section has not come yet.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, Trustee Brooks, because you remember at the last meeting, you guys, a couple of people talked about it being temporary, and the manager did direct me to change it to make it temporary. So that is included now, in case if you didn't see it. That language is actually in there. Because it is just that. It's just temporary to assist in hopefully just getting up to date to some extent, or moving forward, then everything's current. And I get it. Madam Clerk, it is territorial. That's her position, that's her office. I get that. I mean, I'm like that with my area as well. But on the other side of that, you guys have to continue to conduct your business. You've got to figure something out. And while this is a possible solution, if you think of something else, great. You all are the decision makers, but I'm just saying that you have to figure something out. This is a possibility. If you think of something else, and if I could assist you, but this was something that was thought of to try to get you at least getting to a point where you're getting caught up. Because you guys have a lot, on the forefront. You got a lot you got to do. And through no fault of hers or anybody else's, this is no disrespect to her or whatever she is going through, but like he said, if he drops dead, anybody, the village has to keep moving. And so, if someone is in a position where they can't do whatever, they're supposed to be doing for whatever the reason is, you all have to be creative and think of something else to do. So I just wanted to remind you, though, in case you didn't see it, that temporary is in there. I don't know if that makes you feel a little bit better about it, but it is included.
Go ahead.
Trustee Fulcher.
So for the role of the clerk, when you're saying her only role is to attest to the mayor's signature, she also has to attest to the contract or to the resolution or to the ordinance to make sure that the information is correct. So it's not just attesting for the mayor's signature, she's attesting to the ordinance and the resolution that everything that is on there is correct, and not just all she do is attest to his signature. So it's more to it than just signing her name. It's more, I'm talking about this. It's more to it than signing just her name, is to make sure that the documents are correct. And we're talking, and then we're stating that we need to get the business done, which is true, but what was that? Over a month ago, the board, I wasn't here at that time, but the board voted to get rid of the deputy clerk that was here. So you got rid of the deputy clerk, which you could have continued to have to help assist with whatever services that was needed, but you all got rid of the deputy clerk. Anybody that takes the minutes at the board meeting can sign because they're here to attest that they were here. So Trustee Lewis has done multiple minutes at board meetings. She can sign those resolutions and ordinances because she was the one taking the minutes and can attest to it. It doesn't have to be just the clerk because the clerk wasn't here. You're asking to bring in somebody to sign to get up to date, which is up to date is someone's going to come in and sign all the old ordinances, all the old resolutions, who was not even here, has no idea exactly what happened at the meeting, do not know if any type of changes should have occurred, but just to come in to sign all of them so we can get moving forward. We do not know all of the reasonings why some of the things which is stated which is in the ordinance where it states that the clerk would ensure that should village clerk not sign, because there's times where the village clerk says she's not going to sign it because things on there is incorrect. So what is the reason for some of these resolutions and ordinances not to be signed? We do not know that, but to bring somebody in to sign all of these old resolutions and ordinances, that's what they're stating, to get us caught up, right? How are they going to do that when they was not a participant at the board meeting, nor do they know any information about what happened? That doesn't make sense to me at all. We had a deputy clerk, and we could still utilize that deputy clerk to help. The deputy clerk never really signed any resolutions and ordinances. The deputy clerk did not sign any of the resolutions or ordinances, and I checked in multiple communities, Moni and Crete. Those deputy clerks do not sign resolutions and ordinances. So this is just something to when you all got rid of the deputy clerk, it's like, oh, because resolution ordinances are not signed, but she wasn't supposed to sign them. Only if she was the one that was the actual person taking the minutes, then yes. So that's what I'm stating. Over these past 10 board meetings that you might have took the minutes for, Trustee Lewis can sign those resolutions and ordinances.
No, she's not certified to do that.
It's not to say certified, no. If you are the person, because she's attesting to the contract, she's attesting to the resolution and orders, and she's the one that has been taking the minutes. So she is the one that is providing the official documents of the minutes. I'm just stating, whoever takes the minutes is the person that can sign.
That is true.
There you go. Okay.
Person, if you were to appoint, that would be moving forward. I'm not saying they're supposed to be going back and historically and start signing all those different documents. I'm saying getting you caught up to the point where they can start now. You all have so many outstanding things, helping to gather documents. Now I'm assisting with helping to answer the FOIA. So now you're going to pay me, our office, to assist with the FOIAs. Okay, that's fine, but I'm just saying that's, even if they're not a FOIA officer, they can assist with gathering documents. So now I've got to start trying to reach out to people in the village to find documents and say, okay, can this person give me this? Can this person give me that? Send it to me. Then I got to figure out a response, and then I have to do some follow-up. My point is, if you had someone that's here, that could be here in the village, that could assist with that, that would be helpful. She, as a trustee, you, neither of you, that shouldn't be part of your job. If you're doing it, you all are trustees, and she is supposed to be, just like all of you, active participants in the meeting. Well, right now, she's so concerned about making sure she's getting all the information down that she's not in her full capacity as a trustee. Yeah, she can do that. I can do it. But that's not what she, me, you are supposed to be sitting here doing. And I'm not saying it's anyone's fault, but let's be realistic. The problem that I know I had with respect to the role of the deputy clerk is that it was difficult. If I couldn't get information from Madam Clerk, I couldn't get information from the deputy clerk. It was no better. Now, this is my personal experience. I'm not saying anything about village manager or anyone. I could not get information. We couldn't get FOIA information. We had FOIAs. I sent over emails to you guys where we had the litigation attorneys begging for documents. We would copy the clerk. We would copy the deputy clerk. We'd copy the village manager to make sure that she's aware. So that was the problem from my side. I don't think it had anything to do with I don't even know what it was with respect to the village manager. I'm telling you from my point of view and my office, we couldn't get any further to, or closer to the information we needed with the deputy clerk. So I think that was what the problem was. And for whatever the reason is, maybe she was busy with other tasks, maybe she had other stuff to do, but when you have that deputy clerk in place, that person, what I remember was told, she's gonna make everything better. It's going to be easier to get information, and it was harder for us to get information. We spent so much time emailing, calling, trying to get information, and that's not how it should be.
Attorney Frazier, I do understand.
I get it.
You're referring to FOIA. I'm referring to this particular ordinance that has nothing to do with FOIA. It states, an ordinance appointing a temporary acting deputy clerk to sign ordinances and resolutions. Should the clerk not sign or be unable to sign within 48 hours of passage by the corporate authorities. So we're not talking about FOIAs. This ordinance only is talking about signing resolutions and ordinances. That's it. So that's why I didn't even bring it up. So all of this, I understand all the issues overall of not receiving that information, but this is what we're talking about with this particular ordinance. So we can't include every other thing that a person has done or is that they're not doing. It should be based off of what this ordinance is stating.
But it says, it says though, if the clerk can't. See, and that's the other part.
Right, but we're talking about ordinances and resolutions. So we're not talking about FOIAs. We're talking about this. So this is what I wanted to just make sure that we are bringing it back to FOIAs and resolutions, and that deputy clerk has never signed resolutions and ordinances. They haven't done it, okay? And like I stated, I researched and I spoke to the deputy clerks in Moni, in Crete, and they don't sign resolutions and ordinances. Only if,
Give me a second.
in Moni, they would sign it only if the clerk was not the person taking the minutes, because both the deputy clerk and the clerk in Moni attends the board meeting. Whenever the clerk is unable to attend, the deputy clerk is the one that takes the minutes, and that's who is the one that's going to do the signing of the resolutions and ordinances, or whatever happened during that meeting. That's why I'm stating, like you said, agree that Trustee Lewis can sign the resolution and ordinances, because she's the one that is taking the minutes and is the one that is providing the official record. So that's all I'm referring to, is we bringing it back to this particular ordinance, not in relations to any of her other tasks.
But that's just so you see.
Give me 1 second.
I want to ask a question.
I'm gonna say my second.
As you can see from the title, she wouldn't even step in. That one wasn't, I'm sorry, it wasn't. It was. She wouldn't even come into play if Madam Clerk is able to do it. But if it was a situation, let's say like tonight, where, she sends the email and she says, unfortunately, for whatever reason, I can't be there. Okay, so then now you've got this plan B in place, because it doesn't even it means nothing if Madam Clerk is here and she's able to do it and she's signing and she's doing whatever. But if something were to happen like it did tonight, then you have your plan B. That's how this would operate. And also, Trustee Fulcher, you did ask that I didn't say that either. You had wanted for it to, what was it? Oh, that they had to be present at every board meeting. And we put that in there as well. So just as a FYI for you too. But,
Right, which is, it's still gonna go back to the same thing, even if the clerk decided. Because when we had the conversation, we said that any ordinance or resolution has to go through the clerk first before the deputy clerk can sign it. So it's gonna go through that same process. So it's still gonna have to go to the clerk. The clerk is gonna still have to review it.
So
She's going to still review it, and then she would let the deputy clerk know. So it still has to go to the clerk. So
Trustee Fortune, let me ask you two things. You just filed a suit recently against the clerk because you cannot receive your FOIA acts. And number two, how many times does the municipality have to be sued because we're in violation of the FOIA Act? I'm confused about it, but I need clarity because if I'm not mistaken, you filed a suit last week regarding the clerk and the Will County clerks because you did not receive the FOIAs that were requested. So it's bigger than those other things. It's actually the function of the office of the clerk, and that's what's most important about that.
Well, originally,
so I would like you to give me. My question is, how many times has the village lost money, and how many times have we been sued because we did not answer our FOIAs in a timely manner?
Are we not being sued
I'm sorry,
right now?
he's asking me a question, so let me respond. As for when I filed the lawsuit, it was originally filed in February of 2026. It came up to status in June 15th, but the village was not served. So it's not just the clerk. You have to sue the clerk because she's the one that's the FOIA officer. So it's the clerk and the village. And the reason why I did not receive the FOIA information is because the village manager did not provide the FOIA information. So you can't just throw it off on the clerk. It's because that information was not provided from the village manager. So, but that would go into a whole case that it will be decided by the judge. But that goes back to the point that not only does the clerk not receive information, I didn't receive the information, but it was not because it was denied by the clerk. It was denied by the village manager. So stop just saying that, I filed a lawsuit because of the clerk didn't provide me because of a FOIA. Okay, but I'm telling you, if you can read the whole thing and you can see. But no, that's the reason why I filed it. It's because I have a right to do that. And as for many FOIAs that has not been answered, I've addressed several of those different things. I've sent email responses asking the clerk what happened or have you received deliverables. I don't get the response. So I have no idea why some of these FOIAs are not being answered. I know from my point why the FOIA wasn't answered. So I don't know if it applies to others. So as for the total amount, I don't know.
Let me speak. When I was putting in a FOIA.
No, everybody spoke. I didn't.
Oh, go ahead.
Trustee Williams, wait a minute. Trustee Brooks wanted to ask the question first, so he was been waiting for a second, and then I'll come back to you and Trustee Thompson, because your mic just lit up.
Yeah. So, Manager Scott, I'm listening to everything, and I'm getting to the point that at this point I'm kind of feeling like the clerk is on trial even though she's not here. But I want to ask you, from your experience, from the time you got here and the time now, what is the difficulty of paperwork that you're trying to get done? If you can share with the board, why are we at this point? I think we all know why we at this point, and I just read it again. I still don't like I said, in black and white it says, due to circumstances beyond her control. I just feel that if someone's never not here anymore, that's not a reputation they want to leave behind. But what's the difference on, I guess maybe the word is the speed on things getting done compared to now that we are at this point, this crossroad as a board, that this is such a serious discussion, the speed of which things need to get done?
So when I first arrived here, it was challenging for me to put together things for the board packets to send to the clerk because I was shocked to find out that there weren't a lot of things on MuniCode. This is me being strictly transparent. I thought that was strange when I was told that there weren't things in our laws that should be by law present for the community, not for us even. It's for the residents that are taxpayers. You're doing them a disservice. And for example, you know, when you appoint people in different things, those laws are in MuniCode. Well, it's hard for me to abide by laws when I don't even know where they are. The other thing is I found out through looking in MuniCode, there's things that aren't in MuniCode prior to 2015. I'm not here to bash anybody, but I will say that the deputy clerk was allowed, she wasn't using her signature, and a lot of the signatures that you see that are stamped on business licenses were done by the deputy clerk. So it's not a matter of that, but the clerk would instruct her not to stamp things. That's a problem. So when people say you can't stamp things unless the clerk gives permission, that is another layer that kind of is a roadblock for us. So when you see all these business licenses stamped, it wasn't necessarily that the clerk did it. Marlindra did it with the clerk stamp. So that's the first thing. The second thing, in some communities, you don't have issues. Challenges are different in every community, so you tailor-built things. So they probably didn't have a deputy clerk sign, and I believe that in other communities. And I worked in a community where they almost never signed because the clerk was always present. The clerk actually signed documents at the end of the meeting. A lot of communities also do that. Another thing is, as far as the ordinance or resolutions, they actually don't originate from the clerk's office. Since I've been here, they've always been done by the attorneys. I didn't always see that before I came here, but that's how it's done here, so I adhere to that. So it's not so much of the clerk needs to look over resolutions and ordinances because that is typically done by the attorney. It was also done previously by Castaldo, who was here when I first got here, because there were some issues with another community being on the resolutions because it was his job to produce those documents. So all that stuff originates from the attorney's office. And let me say this, right? When you talk about taxpayer money, MFT, this board was very responsible, in my opinion, with increasing the diesel tax. It increased from 5 cents to 11 cents. So if you double the gas, that's how much revenue we've lost because we didn't turn that into the state. Those are some of the things that I don't really bring up all the time, but it costs us revenue. That's 6 figures, 6 figures. The other thing is, when you look at the abandoned houses, we had the land bank come and do a presentation. I think it was Cook County Land Bank, or I can't even remember now. South Suburban Land Bank came, I'm sorry. They have not been able to remediate not one home in this community because we're still waiting on the signed documents. So it's gotten to the point where by law, I find out if there's some way we can remove the clerk's signature. In some cases, I was able to do that. For an example, the reason why you have a tow service company is because I was able to remove the clerk's attestation because we wouldn't have that contract. And I was able to remove that and just do it where we signed the contract because the board voted on it. I did ask that this be placed on the agenda because my job is difficult. I came in Saturday to do the board packet. I'm going to be honest, I don't want to do the board packet anymore. I take the responsibility of doing that. Because I think it's important that we continue the business of the village. I have had independent talks with everyone, including the clerk, to try to get this stuff facilitated. So I know a member of the public said, you need to sit down with the clerk. I have tried. So at this point, I don't care who the person is. I prefer if it's not someone in the union so they can just work full-time 9 to 5 to help catch up on the stuff that's currently going on, just so that we can keep going, with the business of the village. And we didn't know that the clerk wasn't going to be here today, so I understand why it's being pulled. I'll continue to request to the mayor that it's placed on the agenda because I don't know if she's going to be at the next meeting, and you have to put the packet in advance. So that's why it was placed on the agenda. And I'm not here to bash anybody. I don't want to bash the clerk. I respect the seat. I respect how long she's been here. But my challenge is being able to do my job. I am being held to the fire. And I'm okay with that. But I also need the tools to succeed. To me, I've even told the mayor, what's the point in us putting things on the agenda? It's a waste of my time to have these meetings with South Suburban Land Bank, to have these meetings with Azavar, who you all brought on, who helped me to find that MFT and that we need to increase. But it doesn't help us when we can't get the document signed so that I can continue to do the work that the board voted on me to do. And the FOIAs are getting to be a lot. I do forward them to the board when I get them. I'm trying to do the best I can. I also want to say this about that FOIA request. It will come out in documents. The FOIA request to pull camera footage in the building, it was requested by the trustee in full transparency that time had expired. I have an actual email from the IT company, who is not an employee, who is not under duress, who will speak freely, who said too much time had passed. They only hold recordings for so many days. It's like 60 or 90 days, whatever it is. It was past that time. She also requested footage from my office. There's no cameras in my office. There's none. There's cameras in the hallway. There's cameras in the village hall. Anyone can come in my office and see there's no camera. She requested that footage. So it's not me denying her footage. That conversation that she's speaking of with the former collector happened in the collector's office where there was a camera. There is a camera in there. That was placed in there before I got here. They weren't able to pull the footage, and also they couldn't pull footage for a camera that doesn't exist in my office. So that was relayed to the clerk. The other thing is, I don't get to deny the clerk. The process of FOIAs is the clerk receives a FOIA. She should contact the department herself and ask for that information, get the information back, and respond to the person with the FOIA. What happens is it'll be forwarded to the fire chief, to the police chief, saying, answer it and CC me on it. That is not how it goes. I have many emails with that. So to say that she couldn't answer a FOIA because I didn't get the information, she can contact IT directly, which she should. She should contact the fire department to get what she needs on her own, and I'm just made aware. But I can't stop a FOIA. I shouldn't stop a FOIA, and I wouldn't. There was a FOIA that was brought on by a resident that asked for a lot of information. I'm very transparent. I give information that they said they didn't have or they didn't know, or it contradicted whatever was said. My job is to be transparent, to assist people with answering FOIAs, whatever they need, but I am not the answer. I shouldn't be coming in to do FOIAs, I shouldn't be answering FOIAs, and I shouldn't be doing board packets, but I'll tell you, if that's what it takes to keep the village moving, I come in to do it. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. So I just say, Mayor, I did take a look. Oh, wait a minute. Did you want to talk, Sonia? Were you going to talk? No, because what I was going to do, I did review the email. I was just going to comment on something you said. So you go first from the clerk. She did put a date in there. Or she didn't put a date, she put a timeline. Yeah. So what I was going to say, Mayor, I'm going to yield my time to Trustee Jenkins, but I did see a timeline. But what I'm going to say, and then I'm going to be done with it, because I'm listening to this. She's not here, in all fairness, but at some point, she has her argument, but we still have business that needs to be taken care of. And I just don't think it's any other, at some point, if you have to be looking at something. And if someone's telling you that it's raining and you know it's raining, it's raining. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? It's raining. So, Trustee, I yield my time because you were about to talk and I had stepped over you.
Gina, you done? Okay. Thompson?
So, can everybody hear me?
Close the door on me.
Okay. I agree wholeheartedly that the business must go on, but this is a dangerous line to me, to cross over the authority, which is clear in the statute, it's not confusing at all, to cross over the authority of the clerk to choose her own deputy. So in the language of this ordinance, it doesn't say the clerk can choose. It doesn't say it. I don't know. It doesn't say it. So where we're doing business outside of regular order, stop. Where's the end of the line? At some point, we're going to hit the third rail. We can't keep doing things out of order. We got to do it in order. So if there is, we got to let her choose her own deputy. We can't usurp her authority.
But she still gets to. She still has,
It didn't say that, though.
This is-
separate and apart from that. She still has statutorily, you can't take that from her.
Correct.
She still has the right to be able, even if she had some, wants to have input and work in this, with this person, that does not take away her ability to be able to select her own
It's not
deputy
clear.
clerk.
It's not clear. It's not clear that she can choose. To me, it's reading like we're going to choose.
It doesn't state that. So
And I
it
would
doesn't.
say that maybe is just the drafting of it, because this was creatively drafted, and so I can accept the fact that there are some, probably some flaws, and that's why I was looking through it. I mean, it's not, definitely, I'm open to suggestions and some ways to change it, and if that's something you want to do, but this does have, in any way, take away her right. We can't do that. She can still come in here, and if at the same meeting she said, I want, to have the, appoint this person as a deputy clerk and put on the agenda and vote for it, we can't stop her from doing it. Now, whether it gets approved by the board is a different, thing, but she has a right to make that selection.
We can't forget the people elected her as clerk.
Absolutely.
And so,
Absolutely.
and so I'm not trying to argue, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to say it's a fine line.
I understand what you're saying, but I just
fine
want
line.
you to know this in no way impacts what you're saying, but I get it. This is a very creative way of trying to figure something out, and, something that's you normally see, but I was just trying to, I was asked to try to figure out a way that we could do something to get this done, until.
So let me ask a question. Is there another precedent for this in some other community? That's my question. I'm not saying
I
it
have
don't have to be.
not, but this is the reason that he came up is there is one of the attorneys from our office that said they did this years ago. Kerry Horvath said he did it years ago in a municipality because it was the same thing. They had it was some medical issues, and that clerk just wasn't responding. Not because they were just trying to be intentionally non-responsive, but just the situation was what it was. So that's kind of how I came up with it too, trying to do this, but they didn't even do a resolution, they just made a motion to do it. But he did say that was years ago.
I yield, Mayor.
Can, go ahead.
And then Trustee Williams, and maybe we can get finished with this.
I wanted to ask the attorney, in reference to this lawsuit I knew nothing about, I wanted to know, we have to pay you guys to defend? We're paying you guys to defend this lawsuit that Trustee Fulcher has set against Clerk Jones?
As far as I know, yes, we are in receipt of the lawsuit. It has been assigned to our litigation division.
So
yes.
we're spending taxpayer money, and I'm trying to get clear understanding. This has been done before. The clerk has been sued by this board again, and that's a waste of our taxpayers' money. We can't afford to give children extra jobs if we're taking our money and spending it toward frivolous lawsuits. Shouldn't it be inappropriate for any of us as trustees to sue each other and sue our constituents? Because what we're doing is suing ourselves, and that makes absolutely no sense, none whatsoever. So we need to make sure that when it's a very fine line, and we need to make sure that we're doing everything that is in the best interest of this village and respecting each other on this particular board, because this makes absolutely no sense. We can't keep doing this. It makes no sense. We want these children to have all of these jobs. We want this, but we're not. How can we do it when we're constantly paying our taxpayer dollars out on lawsuits? You have no idea how much we're paying.
Okay, I just want to say on this FG, is there a time restraint set in place for the clerk to choose that person? Because there's no time restraint. So are we giving her, a year? What is the time restraint on this? She can pick who she chooses, but is there a time restraint on how much longer we're going to wait? Because Trustee Lewis keeps on having to do it, and I feel like she should get paid for what she's doing.
So, Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to be done with this. I'm going to put a motion on the floor. I read the email that Trustee Jenkins was talking about from the clerk. It looks like that she's asking if this could be tabled for at least 2 weeks. I'm just going to make a motion that we table this. My motion is to table F2G until July 14th. After that, it's whatever. I mean, we in summer session. My point is that after July 14th, I'm done with this conversation. I'm just being honest. Oh, I'm sorry. I could say, yeah, I just motioned the table. She asked for it. I'm being respectful, but after this point, I'm not even discussing this no more. So, yes, ma'am, that's a motion.
I'll second.
There's a motion by Trustee Brooks, wait a minute, and a second by Thompson to table the action of efficiency for the village. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Can we change that date to the 28th when we turn back here?
There's, so what I really heard earlier is that this is like a backup quarterback in case your starter go out. This is a relief pitch in case you need help coming out the bullpen. This is the sixth man coming off the bench. I don't feel like we should be stagnating stuff and holding the village hostage, because you got people that are investing millions and millions of dollars. Solar farms over there, new construction over there, annexation going west to Harlem Avenue. And you know what? And prayerfully, yeah, I understand. I feel you, bro. I feel you. But what the good news is what Felicia stated earlier. It's good to have this in place, but we may never have to use it. That's the thing about it. But you got a motion and a second. I'm sorry. Stop all debate. Roll call to table. I'm sorry, sir.
Trustee Brooks,
Both sides of the table.
Trustee Thompson,
Votes aye to table.
Trustee Fulcher,
Both sides.
Trustee Lewis, votes no. Trustee Williams, Trustee Bill Jenkins, Mayor Rudez.
Votes absolutely not to table. I want to do business for the people. Thank you. All right, here we come for bills payable.
We did it. We paid it already.
That was the consent, yeah. No. Motion passes to table. No, bills payable. Bills payable. We did, that was in the consent?
Village business is done.
All right. Now we have the great and phenomenal time for general public comments.
We didn't do bills payable.
Bills payable.
No. Right, it was in.
No, but I had questions about bills payable, so I didn't know that was part of the...
Yes. All right. Where's the list for
The consent agenda, no, hold on. The consent agenda is items that was discussed at the CAL meeting. So those are the items that should have been a part of the consent agenda. Bills payable was not discussed at the CAL meeting, so it should not be a part of the consent agenda. So it should have, so I don't know what you're all talking about. That bills payable is separate. It is not a part of the consent agenda. The consent agenda is the items that was discussed at the CAL meeting and the board agreed to move forward.
That was included in the motion. So if you want to, I mean, you can definitely ask questions, but you guys already approved it, and we read off the different.
We've already approved the bills to be paid.
It was never even read. This was never read.
No, I read, I mean, well, he read like just what the items were.
Well, I'm stating that a consent agenda, just because you all didn't set it up correctly, okay? The consent agenda should be based off of the items that was discussed at the CAL meeting. The board agreed to move them forward because they were already discussed. We did not discuss bills payable, and it's never included in the consent agenda. It has never been included in the consent agenda.
So here's my question. What is it that you...
I had questions about several items.
So it is okay for her to continue, ask questions. Now, if you had a problem with one of the, so I'll stay here for that. You can ask your questions, because if you have a problem with one of the, say, the payments, and you wanted to have it pulled, you'd have to make someone that voted in the affirmative would have to make a motion to reconsider the payment of the bills paid. See, there's a process. So maybe you can go through, ask your questions, and then everything gets resolved. But if there's an issue, there's going to have to be a procedure for doing that.
So if she needed to pull one, she just have one of us just ask to
Right.
pull it.
You'd have to go back, and whoever voted voted in, because they passed, so any of the persons that voted or yes would have to make a motion to reconsider that vote of yes for that bills payable item, that, that specific item. And then they'd say, make a motion to reconsider, or reconsider passing, bills payable for whatever, and then that passes, and then that, if you want to make a motion just to pull that invoice or whatever, you do that. So, yes, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to, we just got to make it clear that bills payable have never been a part of consent agenda. I'm just putting it out there, okay? So just because the agenda was set up incorrectly, it was set up incorrectly because bills payable has never been a part of consent agenda, okay? Because we have not discussed it. So stop acting, people always continue to act brand new on certain things, but this is not something that we've ever done where we agreed with the consent agenda. We agreed to the consent agenda where bills payable was a part of it, and that has not happened. And as for the 3 years, and even before, it has not happened. So I just had a couple questions about a couple items, which was, one of them was in reference to his hands health care, which I gotta go to it.
Well, she's stumbling through that. Do I have the public comment sheet?
And just wanted to know, what was that in reference to?
Employee personnel medical,
Is it the
physicals,
physical exam, which was very high? The rate was very high. It was for all 14. Is this something that's done every year?
No, it isn't, but it's something that was done, and it was employee personnel physicals.
Okay, because this fits based off of the company. The rate that is on here is of the $923 per firefighter. And then when you go to the website, as in their services, I don't see nowhere near. So I don't know what exactly, because you have the description as in what happened or what was it for, has been redacted. But based off of the services that they provide on their website, at the max, physical exam, which they didn't say they did firefighters, was $200. So for $923 for each, I just thought that was pretty high, because I've gone there before, so that's why I went there for other things, but that's why I looked at it and was like, wait a minute now, I don't even understand how it even got that high when that's not something that they actually provide in their website or on their packages.
So for the physicals, it was a long series of tests where they did EKGs on us. They also do OSHA mandatory respirator tests where we actually have to blow in a tube to check our lung capacity and make sure that we can even wear a respirator. It also did all of our blood work, x-rays, and did a physical exam, a hearing exam, and a vision exam. A lot of this is covered under the NFPA, the National Fire Protection Agency codes, and it's there to protect the village to find out if we had any kind of medical problems. Back in 2020, we did have OSHA come in, and we had to hurry up and rush and do a set of physicals on individuals because we haven't done them since individuals were hired. These are supposed to be done yearly, and this is the first time since 2020 that we've done them, and before that, it was when I got hired.
Okay. Thanks for explaining, because it's like I said, the description of the service was redacted out, so none of that information is provided to us as an exactly eye exam, this, and this, and this, which it should be still in there, and that part should have never been redacted out for us to see what type of physical exam actually occurred, so it can be referenced.
Giving results would be a violation of HIPAA.
I didn't say results, I said description of the service. It should, that the description of the service should be there so we can see if it's just one eye exam or it was 10 services. So from what the chief just stated, it was a multitude of things that was done versus it could have been one. So the description as in the service should have been there instead of redacted. And then I wouldn't have to question it. And then the other one was for image trend.
Image Trend is one of our softwares that we use for reporting. This portion of the Image Trend is part of the Flow MSP. This is for our pre-plans where we go out and we take pictures of buildings, the inside, the outside, all the hazards and everything. And then we also upload that into our CAD system. So when we do get a reported fire at that building, we can see what the hazards are. If there's ammonia, if there's hazardous materials. It gives us a location where that stuff is. It gives us the closest fire hydrant and the actual water flow that comes out of that hydrant, where our sprinkler connections are, where our Knox box, where we can gain access to the building is.
Okay, thank you. And then the last one is never rash, never ash. And it's for cigars that was purchased at the golf course. When did we get don't we need like a license or something to be selling
No,
cigars?
you do not. And if you walk in there and you go to the pro shop, you'll see a whole setup with humidors, and we sell cigars at a profit. And I can also supply you with the money that we've made from the cigars, and they're very popular. A lot of guys, when they're done golfing, they love going out on the deck and smoking a cigar. A lot of golf courses, almost everyone I know of, they sell cigars, alcohol, golf gear, so that is for the golf course.
But this is something new, because I don't remember.
No, we've been doing that for about maybe a year and a half, since Mike Vey was here.
I never saw this on Bill's Pale, but that's why I'm questioning it, because I've never saw it on Bill's Pebble. So.
We don't order a lot of cigars. We order several at one time. And so I think this is maybe our second or third order.
Okay. And that is all of the questions that I had. Thank you.
Mayor, I would like to make one point. I am going to request to pull a check It is for the membership dues. It's not a big deal. It doesn't have to be voted on the board because I have the authority to just pull this check. It's only $1,250, but I was notified by Chief Stiganga, Fire Chief Stiganga, that this is going to be paid for by Mabus. So originally he submitted the bill, but they are covering it, so that's just one check that I'm going to be pulling. Thank you. Yes, it is. I'm sorry. It is, well, the check number isn't attached on here, but it is Combined Agency Response Dues 26, and it is 100-031.000-601.000, and I can give you that check number later, but I'll be pulling that.
So moved, Mayor.
The check number is actually 115284.
Thank you.
You need a second?
Second?
I'll second.
She just was able to pull that with her authority, so she doesn't, yeah.
Oh, she don't need to do it. We don't need to take a vote?
No.
Okay, cool.
May I add to what Village Manager just said? So I just looked it up real quick. So in Illinois, tobacco products need a retailer license from the Illinois Department of Revenue, even if it's retail, if it's a retail storefront, convenience store, online, or any other venue.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to our public comments, then we'll do our support of.
Let me look at my clock. Good evening, everybody. I must bring this up. I have to talk about it because I'm talking about it in my sleep. But I want, and you all already know this, but I want the residents of University Park to know that there's things that we don't understand that is happening, and that is that our president's wife name is the, where's the camera? Is the president of the Park District, which we do not understand. But with this signature being on there and it being stamped by the Treasury Department, that's what increased all of our taxes. It also put another taxing body on our bill from one signature. I don't understand that. Anybody in University Park land, do you understand that? Her signature. There's no other signatures here. And we've been duped, bamboozled, screwed. We've been lied to because this president stated that, oh, your bill, this is one thing I heard, oh, your bill, your taxes will only increase about $9. He also said that, again, your taxes will only increase about much for a six-pack. Mine's increased 192. Another gentleman in his household increased $1,000. And others have increased $300, $400, $500 just this year. Next year, I'm sure it's going to be more. The reason why it's going to be more is because there's no building, there's no internet, no cable, no nothing to bring this park district together. So with this park district, I'm sure that the people that did vote for it listened to the lies, being bamboozled, and thought that that's all they had to pay. Now I'm sure if they haven't paid any attention to their taxes, now they know that their taxes have increased substantially. I mean a whole lot. Off of one signature, off this president's wife's signature. And I really think that it's ironic that she's also the president of Moe's. Those things, I don't think is the way things supposed to go in University Park. I'm gonna let you all just marvel over that for a while.
Thank you very much.
My time is
Your
not
time
up.
is up.
I'm looking at my clock.
Your time is
I'm
up.
gonna finish saying what I want to say to Park.
The bell hasn't
to
won,
Park
Ron.
and Recs.
Thank you for your
Park and
comments.
Recs.
Please
Park
have a
and
seat.
Recs.
Deborah J. Stroud.
The village still looks a mess. You can take it, I got a voice.
Your public
the village-
comments are
the
up,
village
Mrs. Morgan.
looks a
Respect the
mess.
office.
It needs to be,
It's okay.
cut, mowed, and so much foliage.
Mrs. Morgan, would you please remove yourself from the podium and have that conversation after the meeting, please? Now is not the time.
With all this rain, I'm concerned about the wires that are all loose.
Mrs. Morgan, would you please remove yourself from the podium? You're infringing on another person's opportunity to speak.
No. So
Deborah J. Stroud, please come up to the podium. It is your turn.
I'll be talking with you. Yes. And Ms. Scott, even though you won't receive, you get that picture, Gina? You got it? Okay.
I'm glad to see you out the wheelchair tonight.
Even though, yeah, I wasn't going to walk all over the court when you took me to court yesterday. And you lost.
Deborah J. Stroud.
I told you something that you should have known already. You can't change the order, brother. What's wrong with you? Thank you, guys.
Good evening, everybody. Those viewing, those present. Juneteenth, the very first Juneteenth program in this community. Y'all clapping on my time. The very first Juneteenth celebration that I attended in 52 years in this community was awesome. To hear the voices of victory artists that Thursday night, it was so relaxing, calming, and roof-raising. It really, truly was. People that I have not seen in the community came out, and they seemed to enjoy themselves. Of course, I was there doing my voter registration routine, but it was just awesome. I would like to commend Mr. Battles. He pulled off for a first time. Don't y'all take some of my time. I believe in giving kudos. Anything positive and constructive, I'm there. And that Friday, there were all genres of music. I'm not a house music fan, but I even enjoyed it. Okay? Now, I'm gonna say it again. Anytime the village has any event where it is not coming out of a person's pocket other than the vendors, please make use of it. Because that's my segue to talk about University Park Library's annual mini revenue. Second Thursday, July 8th. Is that a Wednesday or Thursday? Okay, July 8th. Everybody know where the University Park Public Library is? Please increase. Like they say in church, each one, bring one. Bring somebody, okay? Whatever University Park is not doing, take advantage of what University Park does do. I don't care who the organization is that's making something happening for a resident, please make use of it. And Chief, see, y'all took up some of my time. Chief, get back to me about
Thank you very much, Mr. Stroud. Mr. Curry, Leroy Curry, or did you just sign in and you got comments?
I don't have comments.
All right, you just.
A lot of things that I heard tonight that kind of cleared up in
Thank you very much. Sharice Williams, this will be our last public comment for tonight because everyone else is gone. Watch the Bulls draft.
Good evening, Board, Mayor, public. First of all, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. For some reason, I couldn't speak, but thank you. So first, I want to thank Public Works for responding and taking care of an issue that I had made known public. I also want to publicly thank Trustee Fulcher for getting on my message. When I put it on next door, she was on there right away. She immediately responded and put out whatever help she could help at that time, and I'm grateful for that. I also want to thank Trustee Gina Williams, as she also did reach out. And I also want to thank Ms. Trustee Thompson, as she said, just keep me posted. Any comment that you make when a resident makes a complaint has to be appreciated from that resident. Because when your comments fall on deaf ears, it's like you're saying, forget me. And I stand here just stating that I've been here a little couple years, you know? And I always give the same respect that I expect. So with that being said, I do thank the ones that did step up and say something and that actually reached out, and I got phone calls and they said, because someone called me, I'm calling you. And I thank you for that, okay? Now, moving forward, we appreciate the effort that has been made thus far, but however, the problem is not fully resolved. We had to wait till it rained to see, was the water going to repeat and flow again? And it did, and it has. Is it as much water? No, it's not. So that means we're making progress. So I'm going to say kudos to that progress, but we need results. Because this water has been impeding for years. This water has torn up our lawn. It has made trip hazards in the sidewalk. It has made trip hazards on the side of the sidewalk. And honestly, after this is all done, we want you all to put our lawn back, because we've been doing it for years and we've been taking this up for you for years. So we don't have to be at a plight on that. We have other things to do. So we want to thank you for being accountable. Nextly, just to say what Public Works did do, they located the drain, which was hidden underneath all the vegetation that had grown, and then dug a makeshift path just to see how it was going to flow. Again, we still need to pay attention to that area. What we are requesting, we're asking for this continued investigation to keep happening. We're asking you to keep your eyes on it. Now, I'm also going to say this. We have a problem with mosquitoes in University Park. And the reason that we have a lot of the problem that we have in University Park with mosquitoes is because of standing water. Mosquitoes can't breed in moving water, but they can breed in standing water. So if University Park's Public Works Department fails to dig out a trench, we used to have this thing back in the day where the village would come out and actually participate in dragging trenches. And they'll clean up while the professionals did the dragging. I know that's my time.
Thank you.
So, you know, I'll send you a memo.
Thank you much, Mrs. Williams.
Sharice Williams reporting to you live from University Park Board meeting.
Okay, we're going to go to our board reports and we're going to keep on moving. Let's start with Naiva Jenkins tonight. Neva.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Board of Trustees. How are you this evening? My board report for June 2026. During the month of June, there was a lot of resident engagement, public information, and public safety awareness, event promotions, as well as on multiple communication platforms. We created and distributed aqua water settlement notifications and digital banners to ensure that residents receive timely and accurate information, and also developed a aqua water settlement public service announcement with Mayor Rudez for the residents to encourage them to apply for the settlement as well, Aqua Water settlement, and continue sharing village updates and announcements through MailChimp. I created promotional banners for Moe's for Father's Day, and also distributed another public information announcement for the Village Town Hall meeting scheduled for Saturday, June the 27th. In addition, the Village newsletter, the summer edition, is on the way to homes, and the digital version is available on our website and our social media. I provided support and event coverage for a 2-day event for the Voices of Victory Juneteenth celebration. Through social media and digital efforts, the event generated 28,390 views on Facebook within the 2-day event, helping to increase the community engagement and the visibility for the celebration, as well as the Village of University Park. I attended a planning meeting for Moe's regarding the upcoming back-to-school celebration, and I continue to work with the Moe's committee to coordinate outreach and promotional efforts for this event, which is scheduled for August the 1st, Saturday, August the 1st, 2026. I also distributed information on behalf of the University Park Police Department, promoting the Will County Emergency Telephone System Smart 911 initiative, as well as a web page that has been created to support and encourage residents to register and receive critical emergency information. Today, Chief Starks created a public service announcement to encourage residents to purchase their vehicle stickers as the deadline is approaching. Finally, additional communications and promotional support was provided for the Motown Classic Car Show, the Illinois Tollway Construction and Government event, and the University Summit. That's the end of my report.
Thank you. That's a very busy time period. Mr. Battle, come on to the podium, sir. Chris, do you have something tonight?
Good evening, Mayor, Board of Trustees, residents of University Park. For this board report, I'm gonna do something different. I'm gonna start with new business, and then I'm gonna finish with old business. So new business, there's 3 events that's getting ready to take place, celebrating America 250. On July 2nd, right here in 90 Town Center, the Village University Park, we will host our July 4th celebration on Thursday, July the 2nd from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. It is free for all residents. We'll have food, games, fun, and music. In order to attend this event, you must RSVP, okay? If you would like to RSVP, there's a flyer with a QR code, or you can call the Village Hall. On July the 4th, I believe in partnerships with surrounding communities. So on July the 4th, we will be a part of 10 municipalities. We will be under the Rich Township umbrella. They will be celebrating their 250th anniversary, entitled We Unite Under the Stars. This event is from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Olympia Fields Park District. In order to attend that event, you must RSVP as well. That is a free event. In Monee Township on July the 11th, to celebrate their food pantry, culminating with the 250th celebration, they're having a grand opening. Also, if you want more information, you will call area code 708-534-6020. AARP will host their senior driving course on July 9th and 10th, right here in 90 Town Center, from noon to 4 p.m. It is $25 for non-AARP members and $20 for AARP members. For more information, call area code 625-7038. Also, we have senior bingo taking place on July 10th at the University Park Golf Course. If you want more information about that, call area code 708-625-7038. And finally, Voices of Victory, the two-day Juneteenth celebration. The Village of University Park's very first and not the last. There's so many people to thank with that event. So first of all, I'd like to thank all the sponsors, Zing Healthcare and River Edge Hospital. Also, I'd like to thank all the amazing acts, Creep Moni Dance Squad, Governor State Transformational Choir, all the acts that performed for both days. Most importantly, I would like to thank the fire department, the police department, Public Works, Kim Sanders, DJ Logan, and also village manager Liz Scott. And I would like to also thank the residents of University Park for coming out and supporting this first time event. Yes. That's the most important part. Other than that, there will be more things to come.
Mr. Battle, thank you, because we're doing a whole lot of firsts we've never done before. And the fireworks were phenomenal. It's been 15 years in the drought without fireworks.
15 years.
Yes. All right, thank you. Mr. Marabali.
Good evening, all. A summary of the finances. We worked on payroll. We worked on the big item we did this last month was getting your guys' FY27 budget prepared. That should have been sent to all elected officials. So your FY27 budget we have as reviewed based on everything we went over with the department heads and the funding sources for all of your guys' budget. The other big items we worked on last month was we had AFSCME union negotiations we went over. We met with your guys' New York Life Insurance Deduction Company, reconciling those issues that you guys were having. We've been working on your FY22 audit, getting the final open audit request closed out. We funded all of the various billings, payrolls, Blue Cross Blue Shield, all of those payments. And then we are working on switching the Hinsdale bank account where you guys have all your ambulance money to have that money get deposited into your guys', it'll still go into Hinsdale, but then subsequently deposited into the general account so that we can work on having those monies invested so that way you guys can get investment returns and get about 4% interest off of those cash balances. Now I'm just gonna go real quick over the financials. So for March's, your guys' financials, the general fund operated at a where's my summary page? At a $2 million surplus. Your guys' total revenue through the fiscal year as of March 31st was $20,850,000. $155,000 of that money was interest income. So that's the money that you guys make off of your guys' cash balances. Your guys' expenses for the general.
Chris, can you repeat what you just said?
$155,000 of the $20,850,000, or yeah, $20,850,000 was interest income. So that's the money you guys make with having your money invested in Illinois funds. Your interest is $155,000 through the fiscal year. The monthly amount you guys made in interest for March, in just March, where's that line, was $10,000. And the way that works is every time when me and Liz transfer cash, we only transfer only enough to cover the bill run or the payroll for that period. So that way, as much money can stay in Illinois funds as possible, so that way every day you guys are earning interest on those dollars. We intentionally do that so that way, because Illinois Funds pays your interest based on the cash balance every day. Unlike most banks which pay your interest on whatever the cash balance is at the end of the month. Illinois Funds pays you interest every single day you have the cash in the bank account. Yeah, previously, before you guys changed the way you guys were investing your monies, you weren't getting anything with leaving the monies always in Midland Bank. So your guys' total expenses through March 31st were $16,760,000. We also transferred out on the books $2 million for your capital projects to invest in infrastructure for the village. So your overall net change between revenue and expenses for your general fund was $2,077,000. Which is about a $3 million decrease from last year, but the reason why the difference of $3 million from last year was because your financials are issued on a cash basis. So in fiscal year 25, your guys' you had your $4 million that was deposited in June of 2024. That's still recorded for fiscal year 25 as revenue when it's backdated to April, but for the monthly financials that are issued on the cash basis, those are currently being reflected as part of the revenue in fiscal year 25. In April's financials, those monies will be removed, which will reflect an even greater, you would have more revenue and expenses in fiscal year 26. Your surplus will exceed what was last year's is my projection. That is the big thing. I will go real quick on the golf course. So golf course revenue through March 31st was $812,000, which compared to last year in March, it was $43,000. So yay! Expenses. Expenses for the golf course were $1,046,000 compared to last year's $812,000. So overall, the net surplus for the golf course, you guys in fiscal year 25, you had a deficit of $769,000 compared to fiscal year 26, $234,000. That is all unless there are any questions for me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mirabelli.
They are all stored on the village's website, but here you go.
Yeah, Chris, for the $2 million in the general fund, is that already with, we received the disbursement already, or is that just money not spent, because you mentioned $2 million out the general funds, or is that out of all the bank?
In June of 2024, you guys received 2 distributions of $2.1 million. That it was a lot more than what you normally get in sales tax revenue.
Right.
So those monies are being stored in Illinois funds. They are your guys' money. They're free and clear from an operational standpoint.
And that was the fund that we just took care of, right? Yeah, okay, just making sure. Okay. Because the number's going up. I want to make sure where the money at. Okay, so the $2 million, what's the date of that balance? Was that after the first disbursement, or?
The surplus that we're talking about, that's as of March 31st. So you've already, that's post your tax dollars for Will County. Because Will County, you guys get your majority of your Will County distribution in June and September.
Right, okay.
And then Will County stops paying real estate taxes in December. So the last distribution from Will County will be in the month of December.
So actually, it could be more. That was just your March report, right?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay.
I would anticipate your current year for fiscal year 27 revenue for property taxes will be higher because you guys had a $760,000 property tax appeal last fiscal year in which the village lost, so you had to pay that money back to Will County. All local governments in the area had a loss. Your dollar amounts was $760,000 that you guys ended up having to pay back to Will County. They got taken out of your May distributions.
In the May?
Of 25, yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
All right. Just missed that. Okay. Okay, go ahead, Mrs. Scott, Madam Scott.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm just going to take out some key things. I have a 3-page report, but I had a meeting with Rico printer representative regarding our printers and contract. I was surprised. So I had a meeting with the ComEd regional manager to go over our sheds and different things with our ComEd incentives and whatnot. And one thing that was brought to my attention that I was really surprised was out of the entire village, there's only one person that is considered vulnerable, meaning their life depends on electricity, and their life will only be sustained through electricity. I don't believe there's only one resident in this community, but ComEd only has one person on file. So I'm asking that if there is a resident that needs electricity for life support, whether that's what do you call it? I can't even think of it right now, but anybody who needs things that rely on electricity, I'm asking that you contact ComEd. I'm also going to be working with the fire department and police department to make sure that that list is on hand. So we're going to do some type of campaigning to make sure at all of our events and all of the board up here, I'm asking, I know everyone knows seniors and people, and I'm sure there's other people in the community. So that kind of was an alarm for me because given all of the issues that are going on with the torrential storms and everything like that, it's really important that we get an updated list. So I'm asking the community, if you know anybody, a neighbor, or you yourself depends on electricity, to please notify us. Also, I'm going to get some other incentives from ComEd. They're having a lot of programming that's coming out. She didn't send it to me in time to speak at the meeting on it, but I will follow up with that. On June 1st, I held a meeting with HR, the entire golf course staff, reviewed employee policy and procedures for the golf course, approved food orders for upcoming rental events for the month, reviewed golf course bills, forwarded to Finance Department purchase orders, reviewed and signed off on purchase orders and checks for bills payable, met with the Stepper Set Entertainment to discuss future events and their pricing, had a meeting with Chief Starks on June 1st to discuss operations implementation of the new software that the board just approved. Thank you so much. Policy procedures with ICE and Homeland Security in regards to the safety of my staff. So Homeland Security, ICE is back in the community. There are several minorities that work for us. I'm considered a minority. ICE actually tried to arrest me in University Park some months back, and they were eyeballing our golf course staff. So I did go over there. I do have an emergency plan in place with the golf course staff, which I don't discuss publicly for their safety, but I'm going to continue to do my due diligence with that because they are all documented by law to be here. I obtained signatures for the IMET from the clerk, Trustee Brooks, and the mayor, and submitted to IMET after conversation with Chris Mirabali. I held 2 meetings with members of the TIF consultant team from Ryan LLC and developers to discuss TIF 7. Also sent a notice to the Chicago Tribune for publishing. By law, per the TIF Act, that had to be published and sent, and it had to be published for specific dates, the 10th and the 11th. I have proof of publication here, so that was sent off and that was confirmed. Held ongoing AFSCME union negotiations on June 2nd and June 24th with members of management and AFSCME reps. Sent an email requesting dates for the Teamsters contract negotiations to begin bargaining through Chief Starks. Met with Chris Mirabali, went over the budget. The budget was also emailed to the board today, and a copy is available to the public at Village Hall. Held a phone meeting and emailed with 2 businesses in the industrial regarding chronic flooding, and subsequently emailed Robinson Engineering as well as Calumet City Plumbing regarding remediation of flooding in those parts. 4 lateral applications for the University Park Police Department were emailed to the Police and Fire Commission Chair for the month of June. I also created a draft agenda for the Town Hall for this Saturday, June 27th. The Town Hall will be this Saturday at 90 Town Center here from 10 to 12 p.m. We will have reps from Zimmerman's office, John Kasparik's accounting firm, Chris Mirabali, engineers from Robinson and Antero, Revere Consulting, who is working on the charging stations, which should be completed in July, as well as Ryan LLC. Skip over that. June 2nd, participated in the weekly legislative briefing with SSMMA, approved a wire for CCMSI, which deals with workman's comp claims and legal reserves. I handle that. June 3rd, I attended the Illinois Tollway Contracting with Governor event with the mayor at Governor State, held an updated meeting with 475 Crossing to discuss economic development and purchase of the site, held a staff meeting with department heads to go over department day-to-day and event logistics, meeting with staff for upcoming events, including the Town Hall Car Show, Back to School event, Juneteenth celebration, Back to School. Held a meeting with our linen vendor and reviewed contracts for uniforms and rugs and found a cost savings of $300 per week by changing the vendor that you all have currently used for over a decade and a half. Provided lunch for the police department and golf course lawn maintenance staff for their due diligence with the recent attempted robbery and apprehension of 2 individuals. I'm very grateful to the staff for all of their hard work. Sunday, June 14th at approximately 1:30 a.m., I received a call from 911 dispatch about the golf club flooding. Fortunately, I did speak with Stiganga, I think it was at almost 2 in the morning, about the storm water coming in through the drain in the kitchen. We were able to get the situation rectified. Thank God there was no real damage. We just had to dry out the carpets. I did call out a vendor to get that fixed. I also called out a plumbing vendor for compliance with Will County Health Department after speaking with Ryan from Will County. I had to order a new cooler cabinet in the kitchen, and that was delivered last Friday. That's custom built. It took several meetings to get that done. The sticker sales are ongoing for vehicle stickers, motorcycles, pet tags. We are open on Saturdays for the entire month of June at Village Hall. This will be the last Saturday. It will be from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. This will be the final weekend that we will be open on Saturday. Also, as of July 2nd, the sticker price is double, so please come in. We have had a very healthy traffic count for village stickers, I'm happy to say. I think it's increased from last year. Began working to develop a no litter campaign with NEVA. That's a big sticking point for me. When you drive in our community, the first thing people notice is the garbage. So that's really important to me that the garbage is clean. When you look at other communities, especially other affluent communities, they always make sure that they don't litter, that their garbage is clean, there's flowers everywhere. So I'm working with NEVA to create a no litter campaign. On June 10th, I attended the Illinois Transportation Enhancement Program Technical Assistance Kickoff Call. I also went to Bert Odelson's office on June 11th and spent several hours on my day off to discuss economic development projects as well as TIF 7, as well as the TOD and what that would look like and my starting point for that. Phone conference with the VM of Park Forest. Thank you to Mr. Village Manager Kindseth regarding the shared revenue for the driving range. We netted $3,588 in revenue this season so far for the driving range, with Park Forest allowing us to use that as an added amenity. Had a meeting with Rachel Hill from Antero for the resurfacing of possible streets in the industrial. Met with Robinson Engineering to discuss Burnham along the new, and also along with the new owner of Thornwood House to discuss the connecting street and their payment for Thornwood Mall Drive. On June 30th, this is very important, please spread the word, we will have reps to assist with filing claims for Aqua. This is the one and only time they will be out. We are looking to have it here at 90 Town Center. It will be 1 p.m. We will be putting this out tomorrow. The mayor and I just received notification from Zimmerman and Bert's office this afternoon, hours before this meeting. So I'm asking everyone to get the word out. This is the one time they will be able to sit down with you and assist in filing claims. So I'm going to work to make sure that we have internet up and running if we have to get hotspots, if we need extra computers, because this is really important for this community. I'm also highlighting highly advising that if you do nothing else, if you have no receipts, there is a checkbox where you can say you have no receipts, and it's for several $1,000s. If you do nothing else, you need to call the 888 number, and you need to get these forms as soon as possible so that you can fill this out, or you can also go online. We have a page with information. It's available here. We also have copies in Village Hall, and I'm asking everyone to get involved because I've noticed that the community, after the fact, they always say, we didn't know about it. Well, we have 3 signs posted throughout University Park that we paid for so we could get this word out. We're also sending out another mailer today for a last call. Do not wait till the last minute. Federal guidelines have changed for postmarking. The Summer Youth Employment Program, I wanted to touch on that. So we had, can't remember, 43 applications. Of those, there were some that we had to kick out because they weren't from the community, or they weren't completed and they didn't know their address. So I tend to think they probably didn't live in the community. We called them and they didn't respond. We have budgeted $50,000 for the youth program. We cannot, so there's 2 issues with hiring all of the 50, whatever it is, 43 applicants, or whatever we had. We had over whatever it was, the number. We cannot take on more than half of our staff. The bandwidth. We don't have the bandwidth. So we don't have the bandwidth to put 15 to 20 kids in the police department, in the fire department, in public works. Next year, because we have had such a high turnout in the past years, I've had less than 20 kids always apply. This is the largest number we've ever had. I'm happy that people are participating. However, we just cannot handle that workload. It'll turn into a babysitting service. If we have 80 employees, I can't hire more than half of them for a youth program. So in saying that, my hopes is that for next year, well in advance, I'm going to contact businesses in the industrial and ask them if they will partner with the village to take on some of the financial costs of having the kids and maybe do a shared revenue. But for now, this is where we're at. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a lottery for transparency. I do not want people to think that I or anyone else here specifically pick certain kids. We're going to have a public lottery. We're going to put the names. We're going to have one of the kids pull the names. I don't know who that kid is, but whoever shows up, we're going to have them pull the name. So you have to be between the ages of 16 and 21. You must be a University Park resident. You have to have submitted a complete application between April 27th at 9 a.m. and May 15th at 5 p.m. You must be available to work Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. for the entire 6-week program. There are no exceptions. So this raffle will take place this Thursday, June 25th, 10 a.m. promptly at 90 Town Center. So please come if anyone, the public, is willing to come and witness the raffle, and I encourage everyone to come. There's information on that here. There's information here also on the water alert. I can't tell you this enough. It's for any type of issues, money. If you have water bills, they'll reimburse you for your water bills from December 9th of 2017 through July 10th of 2024. That's a lot of water bill money. If you had other bills associated, if you have other bills that are associated with this water settlement you suffered, this is for everyone. This is for businesses. This is also for residents. It's not per household, it's per person. So please come out, like I said, on the 30th at 1 p.m. There will be, Mr. Zimmerman will be there, as well as another attorney. Matt will be there. Attorney Matt will be there from Zimmerman's office. We also have the town hall. That's going to be this Saturday, June 27th. I did mention some of the people who are going to be there. We're going to be discussing future road infrastructure improvements, financial update, the University Park golf update, which you received some of this information tonight, village programs and department updates. We also still have the grass cutting program. Please encourage seniors, disabled, veterans, please apply. It's free. We have a person from the community who cuts the grass, and they will make sure that your grass is cut and the trimmings are cleaned up. And that is all for my alert. Thank you, or my message. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hold on, I had a question.
Good work, Mr. Scott. Ms.
I had
Scott.
a question for Manager Scott. So for the youth program, how many positions is available? Is still the 15?
It's still 15 this year.
Okay, because we did have more last year, right? I think it was like 20-something.
I think it was 17. It was maybe 16 or 17.
Okay, and the only ones that's going to go through the raffle is the 29 University Park residents, right?
Absolutely. We already removed the ones who are from other communities.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Trustee.
Ms. Scott, on the, I just caught, well, I heard you, but for the comment with the life support, so say if the power goes out, is it a certain way they can bring power there, or they just like to know how many are on life support?
So by law, they cannot cut the power off at all, and they need to know, so if they don't pay their bill or they're struggling, they do not ever get their electricity cut off. And if there's some issue where power is out, they immediately go to that resident or contact that resident to make sure, because they'll die without electricity.
Okay, so they're more like a priority, so if we can get those residents to sign up for that particular program and list, and that, do they go to the website or?
They should contact ComEd, and I'll be sure to get that. I'll send that to the board, the exact number. I don't know it, but she told me they need to contact, and that number did not sound right. I know that's not true, and I would hate for a disaster to happen and, somebody lose their life because we were unaware that they depend on electricity.
Right, okay, thank you, I yield my time.
Oh, for that, I do know that you were saying other individuals that have like those, life support. It's also those that do at-home dialysis. So, right. So the at-home dialysis, if you do at-home dialysis, you need your electricity as well to do that.
That's the word I forgot, dialysis. That's specifically what alarmed me, because I know a lot of people in our community depend on dialysis.
Wow. All right.
Even oxygen, at-home oxygen.
Yep, no shut-offs. All right. Somebody's missing. Tashana. Oh, wait a minute. Angela. I'm sorry. Okay, thanks.
All these board reports have been emailed to the board and the clerk. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, trustees, residents, and village staff. Just a quick update, and I think 90% of it was already done by the village manager. Regarding the summer youth program, there were some criteria. Please be assured that I went through every single applicant. Any trustee who has an issue, feel free to see me. Any trustee who has an issue, please feel free to see me regarding the applications. You're welcome to come in. Everyone is a resident of University Park that was selected. There were several applications. It went from 40 to 60. I don't know what happened this year, but we had way too many applicants that we could actually provide services for. The criteria were, as she indicated, 16 to 21, residents of Village of University Park. They had to submit the applications by 5 p.m. on May 15th. I was here till 10 p.m. on May 15th. I wanted to get the very last app and make sure there were no discrepancies involved. They had to also commit to that 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. It's very, very important that everybody recognize you have 6 weeks, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. If you know you're going out of town with your kid, don't put them in. Somebody else can take that spot. Let's be fair. Don't put them in. In addition, and this is just from feedback from previous years of this youth employment program, there were times apparently when the students weren't doing anything. It was the cell phone alley. They were kind of intimidated because some parents were trustees. Let me be frank. Some parents were trustees. And they felt like they could do whatever they wanted, and it became an issue. Let's not make it an issue. Let's just make it right. If you don't teach them now, the responsibility, they're going to lean on that for a long time until they can't. And that's what you need to recognize. If you're going to put them in our hands, let us do what's appropriate. If you have an issue with something, address it to the village staff, not to the child. Furthermore, I've gotten calls from different parents. The child applied. Let the child be responsible. You all have to pull back. You have to pull back. And that's a matter of all village residents. We have to pull back. Please note, cell phones are not going to be permitted during those working hours, 10 to 3 o'clock. We're not doing that. We're not doing it. So if you got to reach them, if they got to do an Uber, if they know that you probably want to call that Uber before they get off work, because they can't until they get off work. So let's just be honest, and that's for all of the people who applied. If you're going to apply, you need to be held to a standard, and we need to start enforcing those standards. So that's important. In addition, the raffle will be held here. We've gotten the tickets. The students will the individual will tear the ticket off, staple one to their application, put one in a bowl. You can watch it, you can come, you can put it in the bowl. Everything is going to be fair and transparent. It's not a game that I play, and I wouldn't want somebody playing that game with me. So we try to be very fair with everybody. So they're going in there, pull them out, pick them, they start that day. That's the orientation day. That's when they begin, and they will probably determine what departments they're in. I know a lot of people want their kids at the golf course and in certain areas. That's not the way it works. That's not the way it works. We have to do it the right way. So we'll determine where they go based on their skill level, based on my interview. Because I need to know what you can do. It's no sense in sitting you at a computer if you don't know how to turn it on. So let's not do that to each other, and let's not do that to the students. I'm going to move past that and say that's Thursday, June 25th, it's promptly at 10 o'clock. We appreciate everyone who applied, but we just cannot supply or provide adequate employment for everyone who applied. And we will try to do better next year. And hopefully trustees jump in and help with some of that. You can get on the phone, call some of the locations to see if they could take some kids. Because we absolutely could have used some of them calling over the dot, calling over some of those companies, say, hey, can you take 5? Can you take 10? The day-to-day operations in the village is very hectic. So for individuals to always be able to do that, it's kind of hard. So somebody jump up, grab a phone, try to help out the best way you can. In addition, I want to give kudos to Neva. Neva did a wonderful job. We finally got several different applications online where you can do a PDF format, and you can print it, you can fill it in, whatever it takes. They are welcome, employees are welcome to fill that application out online, print it out. We're going to do additional enhancements so it can go to right department, but right now it's a fillable PDF. There are additional employment opportunities coming to the village. That information will be listed sometime after July 6th. It will be within the village at different locations. So there are possibilities for some additional employment opportunities. I'm going to move forward because I don't want to take up much time, but I want to do clarification. Trustee Fulcher, I want to clarify something that was brought up during the meeting. One of the things that was brought up was the cost of the fire exam. And I was just as baffled when I initially looked at the wording because it said the fire exam was one portion or one part. The reality is the basic exam is, but the fire exam has almost 30 different line items that cost to each particular line item. So it was extremely expensive. We were not happy with it, but I want you to recognize something, and that's everybody. Safety is paramount. Safety is paramount for our police and for our fire. 17 years, there was no fire physical exams. That's a problem, people. So I don't like the cost, but I do like that it's done. I do like that it's done, and we're moving forward and getting everybody on point where they're supposed to be. We don't want to be in violation. We don't want to have problems. We want to get it right. So I apologize, it was a high cost, but guess what? They can go out there, go into a fire, and we can feel good that knowing that they'll be able to come out okay. Besides that, I'm closing up. There any questions for me at all? You all have a wonderful evening.
I got one answer.
Sure, go ahead.
In reference to that, though, I want to make a point, really. That's the same way as that Chicago firefighter, 30 years. He was just in training and he had just dropped. So that would be along that line of why we should start, or we should have been doing it correct.
Yeah, it's annually. It's
Right,
when it's
annual.
supposed to be. And I'll just say this, it doesn't hit home till it hits you. And I was one of the last HRs that I had a firefighter that dropped, and it was not a good feeling when that call came into me. And how do you tell a family that? Because you failed to do your job and get them the proper physical examinations that are required annually.
Right.
We have to get better, people. We have to get better. We have to spend more time and more resources making sure the people we're relying on is taken care of. We have to do that. Let's get away from the garbage and get with the reality here. I'm sorry it was expensive. Didn't have a chance to really look around a lot of places, but I knew that we needed to have it done. So it's done, and we're moving forward to the police and other public works and going forward.
Oh, okay.
I will
Thank
have a list of the pricing for detail for anybody who might need it on the back table. And thank you again.
Thank you so much for your good information. Tashana.
The Finance Department this month has several key activities and accomplishments. Our department completed monthly bank reconciliations. We participated in advanced bank reconciliation training. We processed and recorded journal entries into the journal ledger of our financial accounting software. We coordinated payment processing, purchase orders, and vendor disbursements in the accounts payable financial aspect of our financial software. Under payroll, we administered monthly payroll deduction processes. We prepared and submitted pension reports. Also, lastly, we prepared the Finance Committee agenda and supporting documents for the Finance Committee meeting. Although the meeting did not take place due to a lack of quorum, we were very prepared for that meeting. And that's it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Public Works Director, yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Board of Trustees, my fellow colleagues, department heads, more importantly, the residents. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible and as quick as possible. The Public Works Department continues to maintain essential village operations while managing significant staff and also battling with the weather. One thing I've learned about Public Works since being here, we prioritize work by if it's raining or not. And I'm so sorry, residents, I have heard you cry. There has been a lot of rain over the last 2 weeks. I will continue. My staff, again, has been maintaining a high visible rate, and we have been doing a lot of storm drains, doing all this rain over the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Approximately 217 storm drains approximately were cleaned out by my staff. And we still continue to be cleaning storm drains, and we still continue to hear your complaints. We still continue to hear your concerns about standing water within the streets, as we do try to address those. We continue to do our branch removals. 64 branch removals were done over the last 2 weeks. We cut at least approximately 12 abandoned properties, grass, front and back. Again, residents, we do get your complaints or your concerns about the overgrown grass at abandoned properties. Continue to send them. They're not overlooked. I have had the privilege of meeting with several contractors about several projects within the village, one being the gazebo at Craig's Park. Also, both bathrooms, east and west bathrooms at Pine Lake, we'll be coordinating with the village manager about those. Also, I've met with several vendors about the HVAC at our town center, which me and the village manager talk about on a regular. I won't say it's a money pit, but I will say the town center's been costing us a lot lately with the HVAC system and the repairs that we've been doing to the HVACs. Also, a lot of repairs have been done to several units in town center, from Goldilocks, doors, locks. I believe the HVAC in this building, in this rental, is actually going out as well. That's why it's been so cold, and I can't get the air to go off. But something else we got to address with the village manager, but it is something that is underway. Also had the privilege of meeting with ITAP grant coordination about planning more pathways throughout the village to hopefully not be 7 phases, trustee. Hopefully be quicker. But I have started that talks. I look forward to meeting with them again. Our fleet management, our backhoe is back. It's been going for about 2 months. I know you guys wouldn't know that, but I just wanted to update you. Our backhoe is back. Our attachments aren't with it, but we do have access to it. Several vehicles have been maintained through our fleet management program through Enterprise. I want to thank the village manager for her persistence in that. I love the program. It's working out great. I do want to thank my staff again for handling the events this weekend and coming up. Our Juneteenth event, almost 50% of my staff came out for overtime for that. And also the car show, which was a success. I had a lot of my staff members come out for that as well. I do want to compliment one of our staff members and a longtime resident of University Park, Keith Wilson. He completed his Class A training over the last few weeks. So kudos to Mr. Keith, who's a longtime resident of University Park, and I believe a decade-long employee for the Public Works Department. And I want to say that will complete my report for tonight. Thank you all.
All right, stay encouraged. Stay encouraged, sir.
I have just one question. Ms. Willis, not for you. Thank you. For the Finance Committee, you say you had the documentation and everything prepared. Is it possible to send that out to the board and to the Finance Committee before the meeting?
Yes, I can send it, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Starks.
Good evening, everyone. I want to start off by piggybacking off of Village Manager Scott about the golf course incident, and I want to recognize a couple of guys, so just kind of bear with me real quick. On June 9th, 2026, Village Manager Elizabeth Scott received notification of a theft in progress at the University Golf Course. Upon arriving at the maintenance building located at the course, she observed 2 unknown subjects securing a large piece of lawn equipment on a trailer connected to a vehicle. Manager Scott immediately notified me of the incident. I, in turn, along with Sergeant Scott Glowinski, left the police station and went en route to the golf course. I notified Officer in Charge Stephen Sockwell of the incident. He proceeded to the golf course. Officers Lionel Smith and Michael Gilbert then notified Lairway Dispatch that they were also going to the golf course. All responding officers arrived quickly on scene in under 4 minutes. After speaking to both subjects and golf course employees, it was determined that the 2 subjects were attempting to steal the lawn equipment and that this may not have been their first time there stealing. They were both subsequently placed in custody for the theft. It was also discovered that both subjects have multiple active warrants for burglary and one was in possession of methamphetamines. The officers then worked with the Will County State's Attorney's Office, where felony theft charges were not only approved, but they were superseded by indictment. For their dedication to service and commitment to the village at University Park, Sergeant Glowinski and Officers Sockwell, Smith, and Gilbert will be receiving certificates of appreciation. I thank them for a job well done, and a copy of this letter will be placed in their officers' each of their personal files. So we got there basically in under 4 minutes. We got 2 people in custody who have stolen from the golf course before. They worked the case up to such a point where the Will County State's Attorney's Office didn't have to worry about a preliminary hearing, which is what you usually do when someone gets arrested. They went right to the grand jury and had enough to have that superseded by indictment, which basically says, okay, we don't have to worry about probable cause. There's enough probable cause. We're taking you straight to trial. So I really appreciate the hard work that these guys do, and they do this on a regular basis. These guys work harder than what I think a lot of people really realize.
Absolutely. Please keep the manager from out there being blocked.
Some of the accomplishments and activities. Background checks on police applicants are completing and they're being prepared to be given to the Police and Fire Commission. The property owner at Chuckwagon right here on University Parkway, he has buses and some storage containers and things on his property. Like I was speaking to someone, there's a process with everything. They got a hold of the property owner and code enforcement, which is the umbrella that falls under. They cited the property owner for all of that stuff on the property, so hopefully this would be a start to get some of those things up and out the way. There's a vacant house. The address is 630 Sullivan Lane. That owner lives out of state. They were contacted. A letter was sent to him from the village, and police officers cited the vehicles that were in their driveway. So hopefully we can get things moving on that. Try to get that out the way. I had a conversation with the owner of the mall containing the Twins, JJ Fish, The Vine, regarding loitering. We agreed to work together on eliminating the ongoing problem. He does have no loitering signs posted, but I explained to him that we have to attach a small sign under his dictating what municipal code would be violated by the ordinance. He said, fine, do whatever you need, put whatever you want, wherever you want. He's all in agreement with that. Like Neva stated earlier, we did a PSA reminding the residents about village stickers. I had a lovely conversation a couple of weeks back with the chief, and one of the main things was residents not being reminded of that. So that's going to be posted on all social media platforms to remind them, please, please, please purchase your village sticker. End of the month, the price doubles and enforcement action will be taken. So I'm asking everyone, please get your village sticker. Since the last meeting, police officers, they responded to 806 calls for service. They issued 131 tickets ranging from parking to moving violations to criminal arrests. They made 11 arrests. I attended the Flock virtual Teams meeting for the Flock camera system. I attended the Laraway East Police Radio Group meeting at the Will County Center in Joliet. I'm a big proponent of training. 4 officers attended training, which included lead homicide investigator, defensive tactics, and drone operations. I submitted the traffic stop statistics to the Illinois State Police. Started policy development with Lexapol. We're going to be working on our first 50 policies, so I got a lot of reading to do. We started the organizational process for the Deputy Chief Assessment with the Illinois Chiefs of Police. Spoke to Fortress. We're going to set up a start date for the evidence room audit. We had officers assist with the Face Mover Gospel Fest. Frontline computer scheduling is up and running. What that is it's a computer scheduling system for patrol. So if someone calls off or takes a vacation day, it already notifies the supervisors, okay, there's going to be overtime created. These are the people who are eligible. So it helps them manage things a lot faster. I had Cal City Plumbing come in, and I had every single restroom in the station service and made them all operational because there were some things in the bathrooms that hadn't been operational in a very long time. I got every single bathroom fixed, especially the ladies' locker room, because I'm hoping to get some lady officers here, so I want to make sure they were working. Located the pole-mounted speed radar keys, and as you guys been driving in town, I hope you noticed that they are both operational now. The first deployment of the speed trailer will be on University Parkway. We have a tentative agreement with the South Suburban Humane Society to take loose dogs recovered in our town. We're just waiting for board approval for that. I attended the Juneteenth 2-day festival both days. I had one officer there. I had other officers on the shift stop in. So by them stopping in and by myself being there, I was able to kind of save a little overtime cost. Instead of paying for 2 people, overtime I only had to pay for 1. Some of the upcoming projects, I'm still working on getting that police Bearcat operational. We have it, so it needs to work. I'm still researching medical kits for squad cars. I'm contacting other agencies to kind of see what their makeups are, chest shields, tourniquets, things of that nature, trying to, see what the average is so we can kind of go correspond with that. I'm still researching equipment for incident command responses. Cleaning and maintenance of the station will continue. I will get this station clean. Preparing to start the process of trading in 2 vehicles, 2 police trucks. We have 3 police trucks right now. 2 of them, for the lack of a better term, are money pits. You can only put a Band-Aid on the pig for oh so long. So I'm going to turn those, I'm going to go through the process of stripping all the equipment out of those, taking all the markings out of those, and trade those in, and we can use the money for that towards other vehicles or anything that may be needed through enterprise. I'm also going to be getting rid of the vehicles in the police lot that have been unused and haven't ran for several years. I've talked to Enterprise. They're going to assist me with getting rid of those. And I'm also going to look into, finally, for rapid response training for police officers. What rapid response is, God forbid we haven't had one, but if there's an active shooter, whether it's in a school, whether it's in an industrial park, things of that nature, whether we're assisting other towns, rapid response will help the officers with formatting, basically, for lack of a better term, an attack group. Because if you're doing a rapid response, you're going in to neutralize that immediate threat. There is a process, there's a training method, there's a system to do that. And I want to make sure that the officers, whether it happens here, and I hope it never will, or if they're assisting another town, I hope it never does. But I want to make sure that they are properly trained and that they know how to respond to that for their safety. And I hope everyone has a very good evening. That's the end of my report.
Thank you very much, Chief. Chief DeGanga.
Good evening, Board, Trustees, Mayor, residents. Some of the questions have been raised with when people are calling.
Mrs. Morgan, please contain yourself.
The one van has a temporary tag in the back window. I saw that this morning. Like I explained to the other day, there's a process. That's why we contacted the property owner, and the property owner was cited for all of that.
Mrs. Morgan, please, you've had your time at the public comments. It's over.
Thank you.
That's okay. Go ahead, Chief DeGanga.
All right, some of the questions that have been asked by residents and other people. When they're calling 911, there is a call taker who is processing the call, and they're starting to CAD it in code, or CAD. As soon as it's CADed out, it is automatically dispatching the fire department. So the call taker is going to sit there and continue to ask questions. They want to know the hazards that the fire department is going to be going into, or even the police department. If it's a serious medical call, if somebody's not breathing, how they're going to be starting CPR. And all this is documented into the CAD program, and the dispatcher is physically telling the responders of what the actual nature is. Some of the questions that they're going to ask are like you're addressing what town. 84% of the calls that are received by 911 are via cell phone. With cell phone, it's not like our old landlines. When you would call, it had caller ID, and it basically told them exactly where you were. Cell phones are pinging off at different towers and everything. So they're going to ask more and more questions. It seems remedial, and you would think that they would know the exact town that you're in. But we have to remember they're covering the east side of Will County and also the west side of Will County. So it's a big geographical area. Some of the other things that have been kind of going on in the fire department, with the sound of the alarm, we have been in 19 homes and we have installed 65 smoke detectors. We want to hit 100 by the end of July. So please tell your neighbors, fill out the QR code, fill out the information. We will call you. We will get smoke detectors in your home. Doesn't matter if you're a rental or a resident of the town, as long as the house is here in University Park. Some of the other work that's kind of happening is the fire station is getting much needed tuck pointing. Can't remember the last time that firehouse has been tuck pointed. So it'd be nice not having water pour in through the walls. One of the other big thing is we want to remind the residents and everybody, please, 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 please get permits for your work. We recently just had a plumbing fire, and it was unpermitted work with a person that was not licensed, bonded, insured within the community. Both the resident and the business did get fines for it. So to protect yourselves, you want to make sure it's a licensed, bonded, and insured individual that's doing the work, and you want to make sure you have the proper permits. And that will be my report.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the, go ahead.
Have a question. So, Chief, you brought out the permits, which is good. I would like to know, what is the overall process? Because residents go get the permit, but they never receive that last final inspection after the job is done from code enforcement. So isn't that something that's supposed to be done? Because they get the permits, some of them get the permits, but as in that checking, as in the process, I know a lot of times it's like a 3 stages that it should happen, or 2 stages, but definitely the final stage to see if the work was actually done correctly.
So I know the code enforcement inspectors do go back out on majority of the projects, and they do make sure that the work was done properly. There are certain stages, like somebody's getting a fence, they have to measure the post holes. They have to be at a certain depth. So they go out, and as soon as they see it's at the right depth and the work is being done, they usually do a drive-by, kind of do a street view. Yes, it has been done, it looks like it's been done proper, and they keep moving on.
So it's not like a final check. They, like you said, they kind of do like a drive-by to say, okay, it's complete, but still some of these specifications need to be verified and checked, right?
So I know
that's the whole purpose of getting the permit. I know it's also to make sure that people are getting work done that is from qualified, was that bonded, licensed and bonded contractors, but when you go to the village and you get the permit, and this is something that after the conversation that I've had this week with residents in reference to, okay, I got a permit, but I've never seen them come back to even check anything. So, if we wanted to make sure that we encouraging people to get permits, we also want to make sure that the code enforcement is coming out to do their checks as well.
So I know some of the time, some of the residents that have had work that was being processed and done haven't notified code enforcement that the work has been completed. They don't drive by every single day. They have a lot of things going on in the industrial park and home inspections and stuff like that we don't know when the work is actually completed. So a phone call over into code enforcement to let them know that the final inspection is ready would be a tremendous help.
They do come to get that, the contractors usually get that final inspection, certificate, right? So when they come to get that final certificate, the inspection should be done before. So I'm just, like I said, this is a conversation that I've had actually this week with several residents in reference to the process and the purpose of the permit. Like, okay, I'm paying for it, but I'm not getting that actual service that it's supposed to receive. So they do, and it's the certificate, they do go get that certificate of completion, and we'll have that, but no one's ever came to do that final, at least the final. So, I'm just wanted to put it out there, so for the, just to inform code enforcement and you all. I don't know what all happens at the industrial park, but I'm just saying this is a conversation that's been had with several residents in reference to the permit process.
So some of the work, when they're finishing up and doing the final inspection, they might not see them because it's all outside work. I don't know about the residents that you talk to, if it was inside work or outside work, but generally when it's outside work, they usually show up, they take a look, and they come back, and that's when they start issuing the certificates.
Chief, I got a question for you. Have we put out a PSA, it's barbecue season, grills, folks cooking? Have we put out, like, in your home, get a fire extinguisher, things of that nature?
Oh, you funny.
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I'm
baking
just
soda.
saying. Have we put that out to residents? And, I mean, every home should have a fire extinguisher, but they don't. But is there a PSA you can put together to let them know? You know, kids are out for the summer, things of that nature. There's been a lot of fires on the news and stuff like that. Praise God, and we don't have them in University Park. But is there a PSA you can put together for that?
We have in the past put out PSAs. We can go ahead and put out another one. For everybody having a fire extinguisher, if it's a cooking fire, we actually recommend having the lid to the actual pot or the pan, so you can put that over. Or if you're going to be cooking with greases or something like that, we recommend that you use baking soda, because water does make grease fires travel a lot faster. So we prefer when people are cooking to have lids and then turn off the heat and actually put out the fire that way.
Yeah, a lot of people may not know that, so I appreciate if you put out a PSA and do a demonstration or something that Neva can put on Facebook or whatever, so our residents can know.
And in addition to that, fire and police, please don't forget to let the residents know about firework safety. And
Yeah, they're illegal, and if residents are going to be using sparklers, please do not hold them in your hands. They do burn people. They burn at 1,000 degrees.
For the fire extinguishers, does the fire department help? 'Cause don't they expire? Do they expire?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
The fire extinguishers, they expire, correct?
Yes, so fire extinguishers get inspected by companies that service them. Like all of our fire extinguishers throughout the village get inspected every single year. They do have a shelf life, and they also do have a hydrostatic date because they are a steel container or a metal container. So they have to take them all apart and they put them under pressure and everything to see if they're going to fail or not. That all has to be done by a certified company. One of the things that we do recommend, or people always call us and they always ask for recommendations for which companies. We cannot recommend a company to use. And then the other thing, we do not take expired fire extinguishers.
That's what I was gonna-
We can't dispose of them, so you would have to get a hold of one of them companies.
That's what I was going to ask about that. Can we, like, when you come do the fire extinguishers, can you also give us a replacement, the fire alarms? If you come do that, if we were able to bring the expired, which you just said you can't take those, but, because I know mine has been there for a long time. So just by you mentioning, I'm like, I need to check whatever you said, the date on there, the pro-elastic date, what is it called?
So they usually last about 5 years before they have to be hydrostatically tested.
Hydrostatic, okay, so.
And a lot of them, when you buy them at like Menards or Home Depot or hardware stores, they have a little gauge on there. They're not always the most accurate. That's why we have a company come out and they actually physically check ours to make sure every single one of the extinguishers within the community is all right to use.
Is there a company out there that residents can like go to get a new one, to exchange what they have and get another one?
You would have to talk to one of the local companies that services fire
They
extinguishers.
might do something like
They
that.
might do something.
But you don't know any?
I don't know.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Is that it? Any more questions of the fire chief?
Oh, yeah.
All right. We haven't had a fire drill in Village Hall in a long time. I'm just saying. We're going to do board comments. Trustee Thompson, you have comments for tonight. All right. We're getting close to the end.
Hi, everybody. This position as trustee should be about we and not I. And I would like to admonish my fellow board members with a gentle reminder that we should be treating all residents with decorum and courtesy. We are serving you. In servant leadership, we are servants first, working together with you, collaborating, and having empathy for our residents. We should exhibit empathy to all of you. I am a trustee, but I am also a resident. This is part 2. I can't get any resolution or answers as to why is it acceptable behavior that village employees can intimidate residents with no consequences. And I'd like for this to be on the record. I've experienced it myself along with workers doing work at my home. People working at my home have been addressed with unnecessarily aggressive language. 4 residents in the last month have complained to me about village employees speaking to them in an aggressive manner. They didn't want to report it or give their names because they feared retaliation. This cannot become the culture of our village. We can disagree without being disagreeable. And I hope everybody has a wonderful summer and happy 4th of July.
All right, phenomenal. Trustee Fulcher.
Good evening, Board of Residents. I just wanted to say, glad to see those that are still here. Glad to be here. And for those that did attend the June 10th event, it was a wonderful event. I went to both days. It was lovely. I appreciate all of the effort and the work that was put into it. We have had June 10th events here before, but it was done not through the village, but through local organizations. So we have had June 10th events, but I appreciate the village putting on the June 10th event for this 2 days. It was a great event. Overall, I wanted to just speak about the Summer Youth Employment Program. So I received, my daughter who applied is one of the applicants. When she received it from one of her friends and another one of her friends that applied, the letter, when it stated that it was 43 applicants, 29 was University Park residents, and that it was only 15 available spots, that's when, and it was going to be a raffle to take place, that's when they was really upset to say, wait a minute now, how is it that non-residents are going to be a part of the raffle? Why were they even allowed to be applicants, or the application was supposed to be sent in? So I did send information over to an email to the village manager, and it copied the board and copied HR in reference to it of my distaste to the fact that how is it that there's going to be a raffle where it's going to be including non-residents. So I don't know if it was an error from before, but it was including the non-residents, and my daughter and all of her friends who did apply was very upset. Actually, my daughter, which I told her she should come, but she said she didn't want to speak on it. But she had also stated that it says youth program. So she says, how is it that 21-year-olds are grown adults and they should be able to apply and get a real job themselves? So this is just from her perspective. When it comes down to youth, it should have been, this is her saying that it should have been from 16 to 18 because you're grown at 21 years old. So they shouldn't be included as well. So that's from the minds and the voice of a young teenager. So based off of that, that's where I sent in the information, and it was like I disagree with the whole idea of us paying for out of any residents that's not a part of any applicants that applied that did not live in University Park to be a part of the raffle. So, and also, hopefully, that I wanted it to be more than just 15, but. Long as it's University Park residents, that's fine, and that's what the village manager stated, that they made that correction, and all of those applicants that were not a part of University Park was taken out, which is great, and that the raffle process would happen with University Park residents. That's acceptable. I accept that, and I appreciate that they did take those out, because the the applicants, that the children, the youth that do live here, they are looking forward to being able to work within their community and be to be a help to the village, like several of them were last year. I'm not sure about who the HR director was stating, as in trustees whose children who work for it, because I'm the only trustee up here who had a child that worked last year, and I know my child was not one of those that was not doing anything and was not being proactive. So I'm not sure who she was referencing, but it wasn't my child. So all of that information, I appreciate the change that it's going to be the raffle with University Park residents, youth, and it's going to be it's 29 of them. That's fine. So I just wanted to make sure that was addressed and brought up, because it's not coming from just myself, it's coming from the University Park youth within the community who says they're looking forward to being able to participate and to also work within their community, as well as being able to earn some money during the summertime. Other things that I just wanted to mention is that as a trustee, I have and I do take the residents' concerns very, I make sure I take their concerns into consideration. And when I see something, if they have a concern, I make sure that I bring it up or I address it. I might address it directly just with them, or if it's something where the village, I need to reach out to the village manager or to one of the other departments, I will do that. So, and it's usually based off of what the residents are requesting. So if you have different concerns and issues, feel free to reach out. It's not, my first response to you would be to call yourself, because that's your responsibility. But if you're not getting any type of response, then you can reach out to me, and then I'll try to make an effort to help you and assist you. So I wanted to say to those that had a good Father's Day, the upcoming 4th of July coming up, that's great. The 250-year celebration, which all of the different communities are doing, is a good thing as well. And I want to say, everyone, have a good summer and have a good night.
Thank you very much. Mr. Trustee Brooks.
Oh, make it short. Yeah, some of y'all do too. So I just want to say thank you for coming out tonight. What I have to say is straight to the point. Yeah. I just want to say, number one, I think everyone has, I'm glad that I think the village manager, she mentioned 90 Town Center that's coming up in June 30th for Aqua Water Settlement. I have been getting a lot of complaints about people needing assistance with it, so I am glad that that was addressed tonight, so I'm bringing that up as one of my notes. Also, on June 13th, I did a testimony at New Hope, my home church. I would like to thank those who did come out, and we have our last Sunday of Men's Month. It was beautiful. I like to say that when there's Women's Month, they do excellent. But for Men's Month, I would say that we did step up a little bit this month. The principal of Creek Money, Principal Holyfield, he was the first one to kick it off on our first Sunday. Very, very beautiful sermon that he had preached. I myself, I did my testimony the following week, not this Sunday, but the Sunday before. A lot of people wanted to hear part 2 of my testimony, in which it is a to be continued as well. I just want to set an example for residents as well as myself. I tell you all, no one sitting up here is perfect, as well as those sitting out there in the audience and at home, we're not perfect. We all human, and we all have our trials and go through trials. And I gave a nice testimony of me being a sword, and steel sharpens steel. So a lot of times I sit up here on this board, I hear things that shouldn't be said and they're said. I've had things done and I don't respond. And that's only because this is what I do know. After what I've been through, and for me to turn around and be healed as fast as I was healed and run an election, there is a God. You don't have to believe in him, but I believe in him. And so what I would say is that in that testimony, I made it clear that we all have enemies, and they all definitely will have to answer to a higher being. And as far as me, I feel that at some point I do have to set an example, because the shots are always thrown my way. And maybe as time go past, you all probably hear my name a little bit more about Theo this, Theo Trustee Brooks this, Trustee Theo Brooks that. You know, in some cases I'm not going to respond, because some statements don't need a response. But one thing is that I would tell everyone is that we all live through this, and sometimes it's unnecessary, and I'm glad what my colleague up here said is that she is also a resident in this town, and some things she just don't deserve. I'm glad we're finally coming up to summer session. That means that we will have no cows in July and August, but what I would like to say is that that doesn't mean the village is not moving forward. So in between time, I know that we're going to miss we're not going to see each other for the 4th of July, but I would like people to be considerate of those who have fought in a war, or someone who has some form of PTSD. The fireworks, I will say the past few years it has gotten better. There were some village managers who, and some police chiefs that just, excuse my French, they just didn't do a damn thing. And I mean, we were just, as trustees, we were going crazy up here, because you make the phone call and you're told officers are coming. But that neighbor who fought in Vietnam, you know, when you see him the next day, or you talk to his wife, he's not in a good condition. So everybody, please have a wonderful and safe 4th of July. Also, when we have the Community Block Club, that's every first Saturday. So we are available, and I would like to thank all those who came out, especially I think I gave it again to the ice cream social we had. We gave away 2 awards. One of them was actually to Trustee Fulcher for appreciation, because one thing I have to say is Trustee Fulcher, despite what anybody says, Trustee Fulcher cares about kids, and Trustee Fulcher has done a lot for people, and also look for grants to help some of our seniors who were looking for projects that needed to be done. So thank you, Trustee Fulcher. I know sometimes you get criticism, but you too follow where Christ doesn't have to answer to some of these things that are out here that's evil. Also, don't forget, if you want to voice concerns, we have been having quite a people show up. Concerned Citizens Committee is every 2nd and 4th Saturday. I want to comment on this park district. If you notice, I didn't say one word about it. When people come up to the mic and they say, we're trying to stop this and that for kids, I think at this point, I think Trustee Thompson had made a good point when someone, or gave a good answer, as well as Trustee Fulcher. But let me also say something, because I heard the word lawsuit. I did file a lawsuit, but it was against a village manager who would not give me the documents I needed. And at the end of the day, the documents I should have had in my hand, what I didn't like was there were things that was very inappropriate on there. And that village manager, in my opinion, they knew what was going on, and they tried to hide it. And so let's make it clear, I'm not rich, but I'm very blessed. And I spent every dime by myself on any lawyer, even for this park district. Someone gets up and say how much the attorneys get. Let me tell you something. The lawyer who stood up there, he said on Monday, or was it Monday? I think it was Monday, Thursday. He said, I'm up here pro bono. So that's one money that ain't going, coming out of taxpayers' dollars. And as far as that lawyer that was sending out for me, that's my money. I don't have to owe you no explanation or show you anything. It's my money. And sometimes we have to do something as legislators. If you believe in this country, sometimes you need a judge to tell you, like Judge Anderson said, if a trustee up here asks for something, he has the right they have the right, he or she has the right to receive that information. And I have the court order. I have no problem showing it. And I set a precedent for every single trustee up here. If it's something up here that you feel you should have it. But that was out of my money that I did it. It was not to break the village or break the taxpayers. Now, those who chose to fight me on it, and you felt money was wasted with taxpayers' dollars, let me ask you something. Why did you waste your money fighting me when you know you were wrong? That's all I have to say. So until we see each other again, as far as the Park District, the judge is supposed to make a decision on Friday. Whatever she do, let me tell you what kind of American I am. I do wear a flag. It's that judge's decision that I will respect, just like everything else. It's just unfortunate that people who sit in this seat don't respect the responsibility or decisions of the United States of America, but yet it's convenient for you, or this board is convenient, or your powers is convenient for you when you want something. So everyone, enjoy the 4th of July. Enjoy when we off on summer session. If you can, let's say hello, be a community, because honestly, you know, there's a lot of things that may be coming up that I really hope this village can get, even though we may not get along, but you know, the village does still grow. And just like they say, you die tomorrow, village still moves forward. So God bless you and thank you. Was that short enough? I yield my time.
All right, great comments. Awesome. Trustee Karen Lewis.
Okay. Let me say, good evening, residents, board, everyone. I chaired the Joint Review Board meeting both times regarding public hearing. I also attended the SSMMA Juneteenth celebration, which was great. It was a beautiful occasion. Also, I had calls from several residents regarding trash at Hickok Pool, trash on Hamilton. Hold on, I got my pictures. Trash throughout the village, houses with trailers parked on the side, houses with big vehicles in the driveway where it was unsafe. I want to say thank you to the police department and code enforcement for going out and enforcing those rules and writing tickets, because residents have been calling about that, and it's still a problem. They're working their way trying to get everyone. As long as you keep calling, I'll keep forwarding it to the chief and code enforcement. I want to say I had a chance to meet Pastor Holyfield and Pastor Hunt and First Lady at the Juneteenth. It was a very good conversation between us. My first time ever meeting him, he delivered a great sermon, and so did Mr. Holyfield. Thank you, Kevin Battles, for a 2-day phenomenal event that this village hasn't had in 15 years. Trustee Fulcher was there, Trustee Jenkins Bell was there, the mayor. Public Works, y'all did your thing for 2 days. Chief Starks, you guys did your thing. Chief Stiganga, Neva, you guys were outstanding. Thank you, village manager, for allowing them to see their vision for the day. All I want to say is the fireworks was off the chain, okay? The kids were running. Fireworks, Jewel. The kids were running, seeing fireworks. Let me say also, Kimberly Sanders put on a phenomenal, powerful dance routine that just moved the whole entire crowd. It was some residents with the tears in their eyes. It was beautiful. I also want to say that thank you all, the Voices of Victory, all the sponsors. We had great sponsors out here. What's that? The Bundt Cake people, they were there. Harold's Chicken, the taco people. Chick-fil-A was in the house, okay? Them kids were over there at Chick-fil-A. Let me see. Okay. I'm just checking my notes. DPW, I have a couple more calls for some residents, like Ms. Millie was saying about the trash. I did get some more calls about that. I will forward that on to you regarding what the trash is. It's one on Union, I think Union, dumping at a house or whatever. Everyone have a safe 4th of July, and I'm glad you guys, hope you guys enjoyed your Father's Day, okay? That's it for me.
Trustee Williams.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to start out saying to DPW that every time I have gotten in touch with him, he has moved mountains. He has taken my request, he has taken it to heart, and I see his good works, and I want to thank him for that. I also want to say, as far as the Juneteenth celebration, yes, we've had them inside, but I think that was the first one that we had outside. I was unable to attend because I had a loss at that time, but I did get a chance to watch the videos, which Neva Jenkins does a superb job in bringing the life to the community. And when I say Kim Sanders, she ushered into the very Spirit of God. That girl is talented and the anointing is on her life. I want to thank Wayne Battles, who I went to school with his dad, and he has brought a new life to this community. We have never seen the activities, the growth, the development that we have now. And that's why when I used to complain about parks and train wreck, I want to thank this man because he may not have a whole community center, but he's always looking out for the residents. We are just blessed to have an individual like that. And I want to thank Chief Starks. You're doing an excellent job. Saganga, all of you up there are doing superb work, and I want to appreciate each and every one of you. Now, as far as the youth programs, I said this for years. We need to partner with those companies in University Park and the Industrial Park and get them to hire 5, 10 youths apiece, entry-level positions. When people get hired for youth programs, I would come up here last summer and they're sitting around in the break room. I can't even get through. All these kids are on their phone. They're not learning a job skill, and I'm not saying that's all of them. But for the most part, I could see them just standing around with a phone. They're not learning anything. A summer job is supposed to give you knowledge, power, skill sets, so that when you go out into the real world, you know what you're doing. It should be your entry into that. But I didn't see that. So I don't think we need to have all these positions and know where to put people or to have them and they're not doing any work. So we need to make sure that we're giving them something. And it's all the more reason, and I know people may not want to hear it, and I didn't vote for it, but again, we need a park district. We need something to give the youth, because right now they're at a loss. We got more applicants than we have jobs. So we got to do something for our young people and also for our seniors. So I'm hoping that sooner or later that program can get off and that we can do something with it. Also, I wanted to speak about Zimmerman. I've gotten so many calls on this lawsuit, on these claim forms. I was already getting tons on Aqua. Now my phone doesn't stop ringing. I do have an appointment with him on Thursday. I have questions and things that I've taken down from the residents. They want answers, and I'm so glad that he is coming out here, because that's what I was telling Sylvie and the people at the law firm. We need somebody to address this, because these applications are not easy. And I'm upset with Aqua because people are calling them for their water bill from those months, and they're not giving it to us. They've lied to me several times. Oh, I'm gonna email it to you. Oh, it's in the mail. Well, no, it's not. So all those months that I paid out, because I was paying the Aqua bill, I won't get the right amount back. I have to get whatever their standard amount is, and that's not fair. So I'm gonna be on the phone with them again. I keep asking to speak to a manager, Kelly, so that I can get that straightened out, because people deserve to get back what they put in, they should get out of it. So I'm glad to hear that they're coming out. I'm making sure that I have all my questions. Anybody else got some questions Thursday? I will talk to him 1 o'clock, and I will get answers for you if the good Lord says the same. The other thing I wanted to speak on was, I did have a question for the chief. Police, when are you having your next chat with the chief?
It's going to be put off for 2 months because we have everything going on with July, and then you have the National Night Out and the back to school. So we were thinking probably September.
Okay, because I had a couple of people, what I can do is email it to you.
Yes, please do.
They
Please
had
do.
some concerns, and I want to make sure that they get addressed. I was telling them wait to chat with the chief, but since it's going to be that far off, then I'll go ahead and direct that to
Yeah,
you.
email it to me with their contact information so I can get back with them.
Okay, I will do.
Thank you.
As far as I see, I think that's it. I want everybody to have a safe summer. Come to the town hall meeting on Saturday. Let's all come out. Let's hear what each department is going to be representing for us. Hopefully, we're trying to get the Bears in University Park, so that's another good thing. And let's just be conscientious. We come in this room, you all say, don't act brand new. Well, if y'all look at these other board meetings, you'll see they're short and they're sweet. They get right to the point. It's not no long back and forth conversation. I know we're trying to help, and I know some of us are running and we got to do what we got to do. I get it. But let's be conscientious. People have to go to work. People are watching this, and I've gotten text messages even while I'm here, and they're like, when is this supposed to end? Somebody needs to be quiet. So that's terrible. We need to get through these meetings in a more conductive manner, be respectful to everyone, like Jill was saying, okay, we're gonna be respectful to them, they gotta be respectful to us. How about that? It goes two ways. So let's make sure. Oh, and a certain person put something on Nextdoor about 2018. I didn't give a year. It's 2015. So when they do their FOIA, make sure they get the right information. And I think if y'all don't know, I'll tell you, Theo, afterwards. So I'm going to make sure that that gets straightened out. Everybody have a great, wonderful, safe summer.
All right, thank you very much. Trustee Sonia Jenkins Bell.
Good evening, Mayor, Board, residents of University Park. I wanted to say Juneteenth was exceptional. I have to give a shout out to Mr. Kevin Battles, all of the participants at this two-day celebration. It was just a wonderful two-day event. I had the opportunity of bringing my Maddie, my Maddie Marie, and she jumped and jumped, and I was so excited because she went straight to sleep. I want to thank Trustee Karen Lewis for coming out, Trustee Donna Fulcher, Trustee, Library Trustee Deborah Stroud, as well as Library Trustee Karen Brooks. They were all in attendance, and we had a wonderful time. The fireworks were phenomenal. And Public Works and the police and Chief Statanga, they did a wonderful job. I have to thank Chief Statanga for answering my questions about who's installing the fire detectors in your home. You can call them, and they do come out and install them. Also, we did have a finance meeting. We did not have a quorum, as usual, so we're going to have to look into fixing that as well. And I met with residents at Thornwood House. Trustee Lewis and myself, no petitions were passed around. It was a petition for the residents in the building and the different concerns that they have going on in Thornwood House. Also, we addressed their walk path to Family Dollar, where they need lighting and the shrubs and different things trimmed back. Also, I reached out to Public Works, and he is going to put a speed bump right in front of the library when they come Monday, so we can, make sure that our children are safe. And we also want to look at this situation right here with the children and not having enough places to work in the community. I remember when I was 16 years old, I worked as a counselor like many of us did at the Park District. It didn't mean a lot. It was $172, I'll never forget. And I asked my mother, who was Felicia, and it was FICA, and she laughed. But it was $172, and I worked as a counselor, and I was extremely excited about that. Now, during our Park and Rec experience here in University Park, my son, he had the opportunity of getting his first job at our open pool at that particular time. So the children had different places to go, not just Village Hall, not just the police department. And these are things that we have to make sure that we get up and running and get things back in order. When you talk about democracy, that's something that is near and dear to me, because when I moved into this community, my voice was silenced. 2 votes were stolen, and my voice was silenced. Many years ago, approximately 15 years ago, and I had to go to court to try to get those 2 votes back, which didn't work. So it's okay. But when you talk about democracy, you have to respect what people want, what the voters wanted. What the voters wanted. This is what they wanted. This is what they voted for. Whether it was a lie or indifferent, it's here now. We have to do what we need to do to protect it, preserve it, and make sure it's the best that there is in the Southland area. If you don't like what's going on, what you can do is put people in to run for these positions. And when you get them to run and they get on the board, then you control that. So we have to respect each other. It's a big thing. It's something that's necessary and needed in this community. I was at the Juneteenth celebration, and quite a few residents walked up, and one of them said to me, her tax dollars were her tax dollars. And the way she wanted to spend them is the way she wanted to spend them. And she did not want anyone to tell her what she can do with the money that she's worked for. So if it's one person that feels that way, it's some more that feel that way. I didn't vote for it, because I just didn't feel it was something I wanted to vote for. I was concerned about being taxed out my house and the seniors being taxed out their houses. But when you have 1,300 and some odd people vote for something, you have to respect that. It's called democracy. If you don't like it, you control it at the ballot box. That's what you do. You don't do injunctions to take things from people because that's what you feel that you want to do. You have to control it in a different way. It's all about what we do, not how we do it. We're going to be okay. It's going to be okay. It's going to be a good place to go. It's going to be fun. It's going to be all of these different things once we get over this hump. But we have to respect each other. And I'm not Trump. I'm a Democrat through and through. Through and through, a blue dog Democrat. I believe in democracy. I believe that when I say that I'm going to vote this way, that's what my vote stands for, and that's what it means. I've had my voting rights stripped from me before, and I will fight tooth and nail to not allow anyone else to have that happen to them. So this is it, and also I would like to give a round of applause for 47 years of anniversary with our treasurer Ellis and Miss Ellis. They had 47 years. So they had a beautiful dance at the Juneteenth. Yes, yes, and yes. So you guys be safe, no firecrackers, don't let the police, this police chief don't play, so please don't have all of those bombs going off and blow up somebody's house, please, because he's gonna ticket you. This police chief is different, he does not play. Officer Montgomery does not play either, Irving and all of the rest of them. So we will get some tickets. I like fireworks too. Ms. Thomas will tell you, I love them, but I have had to stop. So, because she'll call the police. And he will come and get me. Just please, have a safe holiday and keep the kids safe. And thank you again, Mr. Battles. I'm a house head. He got that house music going, and I forgot I was elected official. I had to drop it down. You all have a wonderful, wonderful holiday.
All right, well, thank you. And I guess I'm going to do a little something different tonight. And I'll just tell you what inspired me to speak directly to the people of University Park. Before I close, I want the residents of University Park to understand what truly inspired me to speak so directly tonight. Recently, I had the privilege of attending an opening event connected with the Obama Presidential Center in Chicago. I sat and listened to former President Barack Obama and other gifted speakers and powerful orators reflect upon democracy, justice, equality, public service, and the sacred right of every citizen to have a voice in their government. I listened as they spoke about the long struggle for fair and equal opportunity. I listened as they spoke about the responsibility of government to serve all people, not only the powerful, not only the politically connected, and not only those whose opinions happen to agree with ours. I listened as they spoke about justice. I listened as they spoke about equality. I listened as they warned about voter suppression and the danger of allowing the voices of ordinary citizens to be weakened, dismissed, or ignored. As I reflected upon those words, I could not help but think about what is happening here in University Park. The people of University Park were given an opportunity to vote on the creation of a park district. They went to the polls, they cast their ballots, they made their decision, the referendum passed. Now, those same residents are paying real estate taxes to support the park district they voted to create. Yet, Trustee Theo Brooks, Jewel Thompson, and Donna Fulcher filed suit concerning the park district and sought court intervention affecting its funding mechanism. Because of that litigation and the resulting temporary restrictions, the institution approved by the people is being prevented from fully carrying out its responsibilities at the very time those resources were expected to create summer jobs, youth programs, senior activities, recreational opportunities, and inclusive services for residents with disabilities. That caused me to ask myself a serious question. What does democracy mean if the people vote, the people pay, and the people are denied the timely benefits of the decision they made? Voter suppression does not always occur only before an election. The voice of the people can also be suppressed when their lawful vote is disregarded, frustrated, obstructed, or prevented from being meaningfully implemented after the election is over. The people voted for the Park District. Their vote should not be treated as meaningless. Their tax dollars should not be collected while the services they approved are indefinitely restrained. Their children should not lose summer employment. Their seniors should not lose programming. Their families should not lose recreation. Residents with disabilities should not lose equal access and inclusion. After hearing those speakers discuss democracy, justice, and equality, and the suppression of the people's voice, I realized that silence was no longer the proper response. It is time to do something different. It is time to speak directly to the people of University Park. It is time to tell the residents exactly what is happening. It is time to place the facts before the public. It is time to stop hiding behind political language, personal disagreements, and procedural excuses. It is time for every elected official to explain not only what they intended to do, but what their actions are actually doing to the community. Trustee Theo Brooks, Jewel Thompson, and Donna Fulcher have the legal right to bring their claims before a court. That right must be respected, but they also must be willing to answer publicly for the real-world consequences on the relief they requested. When funding is restrained, programs cannot move forward. When programs cannot move forward, jobs are not created. When jobs are not created, young people lose opportunities. When recreation is delayed, seniors and residents with disability lose services. Those consequences cannot be hidden behind legal terminology. Speaking the truth is not an attack. Informing taxpayers is not retaliation. Defending the outcome of a referendum is not political theater. Standing up for summer jobs, youth recreation, senior programming, and opportunities for residents with disabilities is not a personal agenda. It is public service. It is democracy. It is justice. It is equality. And it is my responsibility as mayor. That experience reminded me that elected offices are not about protecting personalities. It is about protecting people. It is not about preserving political control. It is about preserving opportunity. It is not about silencing disagreement. It is about making certain that the voices of the voters are heard and respected. President Obama and the other speakers reminded us that democracy cannot survive on speeches alone. Democracy requires action. Justice requires courage. Equality requires access. Transparency requires truth. Leadership requires accountability, and leadership requires us to stand up when the people's voice is being denied. That is why I'm speaking tonight. I am speaking because the people voted. I am speaking because the people are paying. I am speaking because our young people are ready to work. I am speaking because our singers deserve programming. I am speaking because people with disabilities deserve equal opportunity. I am speaking because taxpayers deserve the services they approved and are being required to fund. I am speaking because the actions taken by Trustee Theo Brooks, Jewel Thompson, and Donna Fulcher have consequences that the public has a right to understand. And I am speaking because silence would make me part of the problem. It is time to do something different. It is time to move beyond personal politics. It is time to honor the referendum. It is time to respect the voice of the people. It is time to resolve this matter lawfully and responsibly. It is time to restore the opportunity for summer jobs and community programming. And it is time for every public official to decide whether they are going to stand in the way of people or stand with them. And that's all I wanted to say, because it is a really disturbing thing, and I listened to the people. I heard Trustee Thompson just early today about democracy, talking about the people voted for the clerk. And look what she does when the people voted for the referendum. And with that, I thank you. You guys have a happy holidays. Amen.